Senate Committee on State Affairs will come to order. Welcome back. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 397. Senate Bill 397, we will reopen public testimony. Chair calls James Keller, Cindy Castilla, Dr. Susan Carranza, John Clark, Jack Finger. Again, the chair calls James Keller, Cindy Castilla, Dr. Susan Carranza, John Clark, Jack Finger. The chair calls Elizabeth Barron, Melinda Roberts. So we're looking for James Keller, Cindy Castilla, Susan Carranza, John Clark, Jack Finger, Elizabeth Barron, Melinda Roberts, Debbie Adams. Very good. All right, welcome everyone. And over on my left, your right, when you get situated, introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Yes, ma'am, you're up.
Hi there, I'm Elizabeth Barron with Texas First, but also speaking for myself about supporting 397. And I wanted to agree with all the things that were said earlier about this bill. We would support it with some minor changes about when poll watchers may actually sign and view these tapes. However, what we really feel is the better solution, as some people mentioned earlier, is to have one voting period instead of an early voting and election day. So we prefer that solution and think it's a much better solution that will get rid of a whole lot of problems that people may have to design around. But if we didn't get that, we do support this as well.
Thank you for your testimony. Dr. Carranza, introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Hi, I'm Dr. Susana Carranza. I'm here testifying on my own behalf, and I oppose this bill. I work as both as an early voting deputy and election day judge. On election day, after the polls closed, one of the reports printed includes the full reports, as everybody knows here. That shows all the results for the polling place. There are 2 copies of this tape that are printed. One is delivered to center count, and the other is kept by the judge that has to keep that tape and other election materials for 22 months. As mentioned by some of the other witnesses, there are some reports printed during early voting, but the total results are not. And there is a good reason for that, because there are just too many people that would have access to highly sensitive information. It's much harder to control the flowing information that shouldn't be released until after the election is over. Leaking election results could actually influence the final results, because voters could change their vote if they see, one candidate is closer, and that's not how elections are supposed to run. Bigger concern is always unintended consequences. And even solutions that was mentioned, that you could have a clear tape, an invisible tape that you could not see only later. There is other problems with that. So would the judge have to sign a blank tape because they cannot see the results, like you just sign a blank piece of paper? Or would you require the machine to have both visible and invisible ink? I mean, the technologies are not compatible with each other, right? And even existing invisible ink technologies based on ultraviolet light, which is really easy to get. So if the data breach is a little harder, but still there. So my point is, there is concerns of unintended consequences. I think this just opens up for more election insecurity. It does not do anything to help confidence in anything. It might go the other way. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name for the record and give us your testimony.
Yes, hi, my name is Debbie Adams. I'm a citizen of Hays County, and I am testifying on my behalf. I am in favor of this bill with one exception. Currently, Texas election law section 33.056C allows poll watchers to view any and all election reports, with the exception of the early voting tapes. Once they're at central count, you're never told when they're going to print them or when you can look at them. So I am in favor of this. If the early voting tape should be able to be viewed and inspected by poll watchers at central count on election day. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name for the record. Welcome.
James Keller.
What's your testimony?
From Hays County. I've served as a election watcher appointed in several elections starting in 2016. So there is a sacred cow that is snuck into the rules of the elections. And that cow is, thou shalt not let anyone know any results until the polls close. Now, this rule supersedes all other rules, and the result is that Texas election procedure has sacrificed my ability as a poll watcher to witness the early election results before those records are moved from the voting location and before, touching the computer at the central count. These are very basic security measures that we should be taking, not to mention that what can happen in the long journey from the voting location to the county, where things can be swapped out or memory sticks can be exchanged or altered. So those 4 days between the end of early voting and election day are a long opportunity for a bad actor to alter those never seen before results. And it would go without a detection because no one has seen them, no one has been allowed to record them. So in my estimation, a bare minimum to remedy this problem is that, number one, we allow us poll watchers to sign any tapes printed in our presence, and number two, that on election day, after the polls close, that we are allowed to thoroughly examine any and all of the tapes produced at the early vote and any other time during the election, including election day, of course, and that after the polls close, that we can actually copy those numbers down, because that is the thing that gives any credibility to the election.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name for the record and give us your testimony.
Madam Chair, other members of the committee, for the record, my name is Jack M. Finger. I'm from San Antonio. I am in favor of this proposal. It presents the age-old conflict of the public's right to know versus needed appropriate secrecy of the ballot. Okay, well, I'd say that here, the idea is that we have suspected for far too long bad guys trying to take away the results, the proper results of the election, and doing so by means of that period between the end of early voting and election day. The question is, okay, were the results true as when presented on election day or from early voting, or had they been manipulated? Well, we would like to have at the risk of anything else, we would rather have the transparency that comes from the making the voting results tapes to be printed when the early voting polls close. Yes, we want that transparency. We want to know these things because there's just too many. It's too easy to cause fraud otherwise. Now, of course, Mr. Hall, I think we do need to tighten it up a bit by means of allowing the poll watchers to be privy to those results and to sign things and so on and so forth. I think you have information on that regard. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for the witnesses? All right, you're excused. Thanks for coming today. Appreciate you being here. The chair calls Cindy Castilla, John Clark, and if there is anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 397. If so, just make your way down and we'll go in and get you started. State your name and give us your testimony, please. Thanks for being here.
Okay, hi, I'm Cindy Castilla. I'm representing Texas Eagle Forum and myself. I'm sorry, I was in another hearing, so I ran from E to 0.36. We love this bill. We agree that it needs some tightening up, and I'm sure you've heard that a bit. I've not been able to listen, but we really want watchers and to make sure both parties are there and available to see it. So we just think it needs a little rule that says it's an assigned time and it's prescribed that everybody's invited. Watchers, both parties, administrators. That way it's memorialized to everyone who's involved in running the election in a county. We really, really appreciate the bill. Thank you for that. And I hope maybe it can just get a little tighter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, are there any questions for the witness? All right. Thanks for being here. And I guess that is everyone. Seeing no one else to testify on, for, or against, Senate Bill 397. Oh, Senator Hall?
Had a resource, Christina from Secretary of State's office.
Okay.
She.
Would the resource witness come forward? Thank you, Senator Hall.
Okay.
Thank you for being here. If you
Yeah.
state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill, and give us your
Yes,
testimony.
my name is Christina Adkins. I'm with the Texas Secretary of State's office, and I'm here to testify on the bill.
Yeah, just you've heard a lot of the testimony today and what we're talking about. Is there anything that's been talked about here today that you think would be, undoable in this particular bill?
And as you know, Senator, we've talked about this idea before and some of the things that were articulated today, and I think that you bring up some very legitimate concerns about transparency. I think some of the witnesses brought up some good points too, and I think of the things that were discussed today, this is doable.
Okay. And then the concept of a single in-person voting period was talked about as a solution. Is there anything you see that would be a barrier to say, oh, no, that's going to be too monumental?
That's a great question, sir. I think it's a very interesting policy discussion that I think we were having today here, and I think that the witnesses brought up a lot of very interesting ideas, and I think with a little bit of time to kind of discuss this in more detail and work it out, there's definitely some feasibility to doing something like that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Senator Hall, and thank you for being here. Members, did anyone else have any questions? All right, thank you. Seeing no other folks here to testify on Senate Bill 397, public testimony is closed, and the bill will be left pending, subject to the call of the chair. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1039. No, it's not 1039. Sorry about that. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1054 and recognizes its author, Senator Nichols, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members. Senate Bill 1054 aims to protect the voice of the people on constitutional amendments. Under current law, election code establishes a process for challenging a constitutional amendment. However, that process does not currently prescribe timelines of which a court must resolve the challenge. This bill states that the trial date for the challenge of a contested election must be within 180 days after the contested election. The bill also states that if there's an appeal filed, that the court must ensure such appeal is resolved no later than the next 180 days. It's a swell bill.
I could tell it was swell. Well, thank you, Senator Nichols. Members, are there any questions for the author? If not, we will open public testimony. The chair calls Alan Vera and Valerie DeBill. Alan Vera and Valerie DeBill. Thank you for being here. If you'd state your name and give us your testimony, please. Thank you.
Very quick. Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying in favor of the bill. Currently involved in 21 election challenges and the background and evidence preparation. I know how massive this is, but Senator Nichols is right. We need to do everything we can to accelerate the settlement and conclusion of any kind of contest, especially involving constitutional amendments. So we support the bill thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1054? Seeing none, public testimony is closed, and the bill will be left pending until subject to the call of the chair.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members.
Thank you, Senator Nichols. Senator Betancourt, you are recognized. Chair calls, lays out Senate Bill 1911 and recognizes Senator Betancourt, the author, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There is a committee substitute for Senate Bill 1911. The Senate Bill 1911 increases penalties for failure to distribute election supplies from a Class C misdemeanor to a state jail felony, obstruction of distribution of election supplies from a Class C misdemeanor to a state jail felony, and releasing election results before the polls close on election night from a Class A misdemeanor to a state jail felony. Committee substitute also creates two Class A misdemeanors for the authority responsible for procuring the election supplies for an election commits an offense if the authority intentionally fails to provide an election precinct with the required number of ballots, and the authority responsible for procuring the election supplies for an election commits an offense if the authority intentionally fails to promptly supplement the distributed ballots upon request by the polling place. This is all brought here because of Harris County. It's all brought here because of the nation's third largest county running a third world election, because everything on here is true. And the problem that we have is that during the March primary, the ballot was we had ballot page issues because 4 Republican polls received 8.5 by 11 paper, not 8.5 by 14-inch paper. On November 8th, 2022, we had a tremendous disruption of ballot paper. That there were, by the few statements the election administrator's office has made, there were over 4 million supposedly ballot sheets, quote, in circulation or the warehouse. Instead, by KHOU report, Channel 11, 121 polls were undersupplied on ballot paper. The presiding judges were quite frankly panicked and jamming the elections administrator's office, but couldn't get through on the phone lines. Many presiding judges begged for paper from neighboring polls, and still several dozen polls clearly ran out of paper. We'll know how many when the election contests are completed. There's been 21 election contests in Harris County, which is a record not only for one county or for a year, but as best I can tell, it's a record since I've been in office as a tax assessor from 1998. The election administrator office was notified of the problem. You'll hear from testimony through the Republican Party, but yet when an emergency hearing was held to keep the polls open for just an hour, election administrator did not even stop the process when they knew the polls had run out of paper. The problem is when you have an election in the nation's third largest county and you put one on and either the election administrator couldn't or wouldn't get ballots to the polls is costed, in my mind, thousands of people with real voter suppression because otherwise we're telling people to go vote, but take your pot luck because if you try a poll that may be out of paper and there's 121 that are, and you just have to keep going from poll to poll till you find ballot paper so you can vote. Thousands of voters were clearly prevented. I've got 2 invited speakers on this bill. There'll be several other bills today, which is Harris County Party Chair Cindy Siegel, and then also the Rapid Response Coordinator, Bob Sumacek. And will be a bunch of other testimony, and members, you'll be hearing from presiding judges that couldn't get through on phone lines, didn't have ballot paper, couldn't get any help. And that's a preposterous thing to have happen in the 21st century. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt. And to be clear, that was the committee sub?
Yes,
Okay.
I mentioned that we had a sub.
Yes.
I'd be happy to send it up.
So Chair sends up the committee sub, and I think you just laid it out. All good, all good. So committee sub for 1911 members, are there any questions for Senator Betancourt? All right.
Cindy Siegel, Bob Sumacek.
The chair calls Cindy Siegel. Oh, let's see. First of all, chair opens up public testimony. So chair calls Cindy Siegel and Bob Sumacek.
And Madam Chair, I want to thank them for their patience because they drove up here at dark 30 along with all the other witnesses to be here at 9 o'clock. And at 5, they're still with bells on, apparently.
Well, we deeply appreciate your willingness to hang around, and I know Senator Betancourt does, but we all benefit from you being here, so thank you so much. We'll start with you, and if you'll just state your name and for the record, and then give us your testimony, please.
Good afternoon, Vice Chairman and Senators. My name is Cindy Siegel. I'm the chairman of the Harris County Republican Party, and I'm here testifying in support of SB 1911. Just background information, I'm a CPA, 40 years experience. I have, in fact, been an election judge, a precinct chair about 6 to 8 years ago when we actually had precinct voting versus the countywide. But I have to tell you, in 40 years of doing business as a CPA, I have seen a lot of mismanaged companies, but I have never seen anything so egregiously, grossly mismanaged as the elections in Harris County this past year. I thought it was only going to be the March primary, but as we continued through the year with May 7th, May 24th, and then the general election in November 2022, it just continued to get worse. Our local party, due to the fact that many times the election administrator's office, the EA's office, wouldn't respond to our election judges, we initiated a project where we got experienced election judges to head up what we called a rapid response team. And Mr. Sumacek here is representative of that. And that team was there for our election judges if they could not get through to the EA's help desk, which happened multiple times. So in November, we expanded it so we covered the entire county. Our rapid response team started hearing the morning of November 8th that several of our experienced election judges were afraid that they were actually going to run out of paper. Alan Vera, who chairs our ballot security committee, our staff, and I communicated this real concern to the EA via emails, texts, and phone calls starting early in the morning. You will hear from some testimony today from some of our election judges, as well as clerks, rapid response team members, and one of our employees about the desperation that our election workers were experiencing as they had to turn away voters due to a lack of ballot paper. I still have a text to the Harris County EA when one of our polls that we had notified them was running out of paper early in the morning. Around 1 p.m., I said, Cliff, this middle school has run out of paper. Do we really need to be arguing with your staff about getting enough ballot paper delivered? Our executive director later in the afternoon, after we'd heard from almost 20 polls that were running out of paper or close to it, Cliff, someone on your staff has set you up and the voters up. Furthermore, due to a court order, because some of the polls didn't open until after 10 a.m., the election judges were ordered to keep the polls open until 8 p.m., even in light of the concerns about ballot paper. The final blow to the voters and candidates came at approximately 7:30 p.m. when the Harris County EA posted in direct violation of the election code the results of early voting, even though the polls had been ordered and were staying open until 8 p.m. Since November 8th, we have received at our party headquarters over 3,000 complaints about how badly the November 8th election was run by the EA. These complaints include voters who were turned away from a poll due to lack of ballot paper. Earlier this year, Houston's Channel 11 did an investigative piece looking into data provided by the county and found over 120 polls were not delivered enough ballot paper based upon the historical voter turnout in those polling areas. And you've got a heat map that one of our precinct chairs, who's sort of a data geek, he took that information, overlaid it with a Republican heat map, and found that it is statistically impossible, it is not random, that these polls, the majority lied in Republican voting areas. Much is said today about what voter suppression is. We talk about election integrity. We talk about voters having their rights suppressed. But to put it simply, voter suppression is when you go to vote and there's not enough ballot paper to record that vote. Voter suppression is when the polls are allowed to stay open until 8, but some of the polls don't have enough ballot paper, and you have to drive around trying to find a poll with ballot paper. Voter suppression is when early voting results are publicized before the polls actually close. As Senator Betancourt stated publicly in November, the state legislature shouldn't have to legislate that an EA should provide polls with sufficient ballot paper. But this is where we are today. Whether it was gross mismanagement or malfeasance on the part of the Harris County Elections Administration, please support Senate Bill 1911 and increase the penalties in these circumstances. Send a strong message to all the county clerks and election administrators that what happened in Harris County, how the voters and the candidates' rights were suppressed on November 8th, that this will not be tolerated in the state of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Committee members, are there any questions for the witness?
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Siegel. And it's when you said this was not probable, okay, or possible, this is for the members. If you threw 121 darts at this board, and the fact that 110 of them landed in high Republican areas is a 0.00653% chance. So that's about as statistically improbable as you can get. Okay, and I think Chairman Siegel, you had, I think we may have testimony later, but you had sent a young staffer over. Can you give an outline of early in the day and what happened to him at 10 o'clock roughly?
Yeah, John Douglas will be testifying. He's one of our young staffers. We actually thought maybe they hadn't ordered enough ballot paper. So we sent John over to what's called the ETC. It's the Election Technology Center, and it's close to our headquarters, and that's where they keep the supplies as well as the equipment. And we thought we'll have him sit in the parking lot because our judges could not get through to the helpline. They were put on hold for 45 minutes. They were disconnected 3 times. Sometimes they didn't even answer the phone. So we had the great idea, or what we thought was the great idea, that we just have him sit over there, and when we heard from our judges, we would have him go in and tell the place where they have the ballot paper that, in fact, this poll was running out of paper. Then in the afternoon, we actually thought, well, maybe we need to actually find out if they have enough ballot paper across the county. So I went over there with our general counsel, and the manager who was over the equipment, not over the supplies, said, in fact, they had millions of ballot paper. And they were calling back their technicians, approximately 130, 135 techs, to come back to the ETC and to get ballot paper to take it out across the county. Now, we got in the car, it's about 3:45, and Houston traffic is comparable to Austin traffic. And I looked at our general counsel and I said, there's no way that they're going to be able to come from all over the county to ETC, pick up ballot paper, and go back out. And you'll hear testimony where, in fact, they didn't make the time.
In fact, I remember one person at a public meeting who stood up and said that that person had volunteered to make that run, and they were given 4 precincts in each corner of the county to go do, and that person told the supervisor that they couldn't possibly make it before the polls closed, and they were told, the person asked to have a tighter shot group of precincts they could go and help. And they were told not only were you not going to get that, but to do exactly what they were told. She finished her run at 9 o'clock. True story.
Yep.
Any other comments?
I'm open to questions.
All right.
Thank you all.
Members, any other questions? Mr. Simicek, if you would
thank you
state
for
your
saying
name
that
for the record
properly.
and give us your testimony, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and Senators. My name is Bob Sumacek, and I think the chairman here of our party has stolen my thunder. She must have looked at my script. I'm a lifelong Texan. I've been a precinct judge since about 2006, and I'm well recognized even by the county election office as being fair and conscientious. I felt then, as I do now, all elections should be fair and lawful. What I'm about to testify is not based on a deep dive into hours of research into the election problems of Harris County, simply those things that I have acquired by observation and experience. As a precinct judge with many years' experience, I thought it'd be a good idea in the May election that I would help with writing, didn't bring it up, oh, here it is, a simple guide to make the whole election process simple. Simple checkoff sheet things that would make it really good, and they would have everything they needed. With this experience of writing the manuals and running precinct elections, I was asked to staff a response center to help PJs and AJs with voting problems on that Tuesday. Very quickly, as early as 8 a.m., we were notified of huge voting problems. Election judges simply were not trained properly. Problems with simple quality control of the voting machines. We even had many of the voting machines that had connectors that they needed. The pins were bent, and you should never send those kind of things out. Quality control is terrible. There were a sizable amount of voting centers that had as many as 60% of their duos, which is what you vote on, that were unable to power up in from 3 to 5 hours. They couldn't bring them up. So you had a voting center that had 12 to 16 duos to vote on, maybe had 6. That turned away a lot of voters. And of course, the worst debacle of the voting locations are running out of paper as early as 9 a.m. How could this happen when the election warehouse had over 5 million ballots? Was it planned? Senators, my experience as a presiding judge and the systematic plot to subvert our voting system in Harris County is due to the fact that there will be little consequences. And that's the reason why I support this bill, because I think that will shore up the problem of not having any consequences. To summarize, there's very little, there is evidence that one party seemed to undermine the election process for several years to alter and secure elections for a particular group of politicians. I think it's well planned, and I thank you for allowing me to testify today. Questions?
Thank you so much for your testimony. Members, are there questions? Senator Bettencourt?
No, Senator Mays.
Senator Middleton?
Actually, I think probably for Cindy, but obviously this is voter suppression, right, when you're denying ballot paper to particular precincts and particular voting locations. But did they have a hotline for reporting, problems at voting locations, things like being short paper?
They have a helpline, and because of what we'd experienced starting with the March primary, with our judges not being able to get someone to help them, being put on hold, that's when we started with a pilot program with the May 24th runoff, and Bob was one of the members of that rapid response team. Our judges were told to call the county first. We wanted to make sure that was recorded. But I'll give you for instance, on May 24th, we had someone who had been on hold for 24 hours, or not 24 hours, probably felt like it, but 45 minutes. They called up their team leader. The team leader addressed and solved their problem with the machines in 10 minutes, and they were still on hold with the county. That's why we created the rapid response team, because our judges, our election clerks were not getting the support from the county. We were not there to replace what they were supposed to do, but ultimately we want a fair and secure election, and we want to support our election workers who take time out of their busy day. I mean, it's not just election day. They go there the night before, they set up, they have, 16, 18 hours that they're working. And it's pretty egregious what has gone on. But they have a helpline. We have heard rumblings that they, on November, that they were told to quit recording their calls.
So quit logging the complaints.
Yeah.
In other words,
I don't have proof of that, but that is the rumor.
thank you.
Thank you, Senator Middleton. Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized.
No, and Bob, we need to make sure the membership here understands, the public listening, that after the primary debacle, and then obviously what happened in May, and even before May, the existing election administrator had to resign due to complaints by both political parties. True?
Yes.
And unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any lessons learned from this, because instead of getting best practices going forward, the situation actually even destabilized to the point where election judges, the presiding judges in the November election, simply could not even get anybody to answer the phone.
Senator, if I may comment on that, there were several people that I know that used to work at the election office, and they were with lots of years of experience, lots of technology experience, were let go. And when these people would call with their problems, they would hear a very young voice with no experience, and they said, well, I have to find out for you. And that was causing a lot of they just simply didn't have the staff that they did have long before.
There was also a complaint log that apparently was turned off.
I'm sorry, what was
Complaint log that was turned off. Right. Now, let me just, right. Okay, and let me just point out to the members and everyone listening. A long time ago, there was voter registrars and county clerks that could take 55,000 phone calls in a presidential election and answer them within 4 seconds. That was for the general public. But if you were a presiding judge, your call was answered on the first ring. Now, that used to be the technology in Harris County. I happen to know because I put it in as voter registrar. And what is appalling to me is that no amount of public complaint seems to make a difference on performance. And in fact, has there been any statements that you're aware of, either one of you, besides blaming the Astros as part of the reason why they couldn't run an election in November from the election administrator's office? And that's a true statement.
There is a report that the current EA provided the Election Commission, which as the party chair for the Republican Party, I and the Democrat chair serve on that commission, and was also provided the county commissioners. And in reading that report, I can tell you I have more questions still, and I've heard those same statements made by the press. No one has gotten the answers. There's a lot of, I don't know.
In fact, repeated requests by multiple media sources have been referred to the Attorney General as a stall tactic to be able to respond. That was one of the reasons why we passed a bill about eliminating the litigation or will exemption in this. Thank you, Madam Chairman. We've got a ton more witnesses. I'd love to keep them up, but we've got other people that have waited all day as well.
Yes. Thank you so much. Members, are there any other questions? Thank you so much for staying. All right. Chair calls Tom Nobis, Robert Green, David Weinberg, and David Little, and John Douglas. You'll make your way down here. All right, thank you all for being here. And just a reminder, as we call the panels down, in order to just move things through a little more quickly, I want to remind you that you have 2 minutes, and we'll ask you to kind of wrap up at 2 minutes, please. We can ask questions at the end to get further details. Also, members will go on and hear from the whole panel, and then I'll ask for questions at the end. So, if you don't mind, we'll start on this end and just move across, but please state your name for the record and give us your testimony. Thanks for being here.
Chair Paxton and other members of the Senate State Affairs Committee, I'm Tom Nobis. I'm representing the Republican Party of Texas and myself. I am for SB 1911 by Senator Betancourt relating to increasing criminal penalty for certain offenses related to elections. The portion of the election code affected focuses on providing supplies to polling locations to conduct a fair and smooth election and prohibiting revealing information about the results before the polls close. In last November's general election, I was an election judge on Election Day. As the day continued, I determined that I would run out of ballot paper before the end of the day. I called to ask for more ballot paper with limited results. There was a person who acted as a coordinator for several polling locations in my area. When she came around to my location, I asked for more ballot paper. She indicated that she would not be able to provide, as the boxes she had were directed to a specific location. Each box had 5 packets of 200 ballots. Based upon the turnout, I estimated all I needed was 1 packet, but the coordinator could not split a box. To resolve the issue, I called judges at neighboring polling locations to see if they had extra ballot paper. One location on an opposite street corner was able to provide me with the ballot paper to complete the election. I only knew who the neighboring judges were because I had acted proactively prior to the election to obtain the list. The other problem that I had was equipment, which could be considered as supplies necessary to conduct the election. My polling location had 2 controllers delivered for use. After I had set up and connected the equipment before the polls opened, one of the controllers would not work. I altered cables to see if it was another piece of equipment, but to no avail. I called to report the equipment problem and was told I would have to do without and run the election on a single controller. I reconfigured the duos to operate from a single controller and set up both e-poll books near the controller to speed up processing voters. That worked for about 3 hours until the only controller I had froze. That shut down my polling location and the line grew until I could reboot the controller and got the duos back online. I redirected voters in the meantime to other polling locations while the poll was not operational. Whoa. The only reason I knew how to deal with equipment is I had experienced the same as an alternate judge from early voting. If not for that, my polling location would have been down for a longer period until I got through to a tech support to walk me through. Increasing penalties for the issues should help make more emphasis on getting supply issues corrected. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. I could see the back side of your page that it was very close to the end when you flipped your page there. Thank you so much for your testimony. Would you please state your name for the record and give us your testimony?
Sure. I'm David Little. I'm also from Harris County, and I'm here only representing myself. I was an election worker in the primary, I forgot when it was, March, and then also in November. And my precinct ran out of paper. We knew we would run out of paper about 10 o'clock in the morning. and we started trying to get more. We did actually run out of paper, so our poll was actually closed from 2 till about 4. And I'm here in support of this bill because I think there has to be some consequence to disenfranchising so many people besides being able to issue a press release apology. I don't think they take it seriously. I think they, I don't know. I don't want to, you never ascribe to incompetence, to deliberate when it could be incompetence, and it could be that, but I don't think they take it seriously. And we were out of paper. We couldn't get anybody on the phone. A technician would come. We weren't very nice to that guy because our machines worked fine. We just didn't have any paper. So we had people turn away, and people are confused. They did say keep the polls open an extra hour. I don't think that's really a remedy for anything because very few people know that the polls are open an extra hour. Everybody's going to look at their watch on the way home from work and say it's 7 o'clock. I can't come. So they finally did deliver us paper about 6:30 or so, and they brought 5 or 6 cases of paper, which was more than we would have needed all day. If we had had that in the morning, we would have been fine the whole day. But anyway, that's it.
Thank you for your testimony.
Any questions?
Thank you. Welcome. Whoever has not testified yet, introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Good to be back.
Good evening, Chairman Hughes and members. My name is David Weinberg. I'm here representing the Brennan Center for Justice, and we are opposed to Senate Bill 1911. The Brennan Center is opposed to this bill for what it does, which is follow a trend that we are seeing in this legislature of criminalizing the behavior of election workers. And just to be clear, as Chairwoman Siegel said, this bill is not a bill about Harris County. This bill applies to all 254 counties in the state of Texas. And there has been a real issue. We've heard this in testimony on other bills today on retaining and finding poll workers. This bill would make the failure to deliver supplies, it would go from essentially a speeding ticket, Class C misdemeanor, to looking at real jail time. That could have a chilling effect on trying to recruit and retain poll workers for your elections. I also want to come to this point about, do we have a problem with poll worker intimidation in Texas? We absolutely do. When the former elections administrator of Gillespie County resigned recently, she wrote, "The threats against election officials and my election staff, dangerous misinformation, lack of full-time personnel for elections office, unpaid compensation, and absurd legislation have completely changed the job I initially accepted. The life commitment I have given to this job is unsustainable." So I would urge this committee, let's take a long and hard look at the best policy way forward on this issue. I think increasing criminal penalties for election workers is not the best way to go. I'm not endorsing it, but there is a bill that's going to be heard this Thursday in the House Elections Committee, which takes a very different sort of approach in terms of how do you deal with an issue like this. So that is my testimony, and thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
My name is John Douglas, and I am a staffer representing the Harris County Republican Party and speaking in favor of Senate Bill 1911. On Election Day, after hearing that polling locations in Harris County were running out of paper, I was sent to the Elections Technology Center at 9:00 a.m. to inform the distributors which polling locations are running out of paper so they could distribute more to them. After being buzzed in, I spoke to a manager. He was very hostile to me from the beginning and was telling me that the location is not running out of paper because they did not have enough voters. I told him that the judge is saying he is running out of paper, but the man continued to argue with me about it. Eventually, he said he would call the location and verify, then stormed off cursing. After waiting for several minutes, I saw no effort was being made to call the polling location, so I went to an employee in a cubicle and asked them to call the location. The employee called the location, and the judge confirmed that he was running out of paper. Then the employee started arguing with the judge, telling him there is no way he should be running out of paper. After a back and forth, she said she would put in a request, but that she could not guarantee the judge would receive any paper. That judge did end up running out of ballots in the end. Soon after, the manager came back to me with the director of logistics, Rochelle Abakazua, on the phone. He told Rochelle that I was there to pick up ballots and that I kept changing my story. I corrected him and said I was never there to pick up ballots. I was there to inform them that the polling location had run out of paper. He then argued with me again and said that they do not need paper. I told him that we just called the location and the judge confirmed that he needed paper. Rochelle then said over the phone that I still had no right to be there and that I had to leave the property or they would have the police escort me out. This was even though I was let in by them and was a credentialed party employee sent personally by our county chair. I complied and left the property at about 9:45 a.m. The entire time I was very respectful and kept assuring them that I am not there to cause trouble or to be a nuisance, but to tell them the issues that we are having so we can all have a good election. I was only treated with suspicion and disdain the entire time to the point where I was threatened with a criminal trespassing charge. My experience there left me with no assurance of a well-run election after seeing the elitism and disdain that they treated the election judge with and myself. Because of all of this, I ask that everyone support SB 1911.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Green, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
My name is Bob Green. I am the chair of the Travis County Republican Party Election Integrity Committee for Legislation. After hearing all of the testimony of what has gone on in Harris County, I can only say that problems in Travis County pale by comparison, but there are always some issues that come forward. I would just say one thing with regard to this bill and the other 5 nice bills that Senator Betancourt has put forward. Without significant penalties for violations, what benefit is any law? If people feel like that they can move forward and there won't be any circumstances, there won't be any ramifications of violating those rules, why not go ahead and do it? But if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Senator Betancourt.
Thank you for your testimony. I want to go make sure everybody heard because you were doing it rather rapidly, okay? You went over to Election Central at 9 o'clock.
Correct, at 9 o'clock.
Right, this is 9 o'clock now let's think about what the day is. The polls open at 7, they close at 7 p.m. And 2 hours later, you have so many complaints and so many some presiding judges are worried they're running out of ballot paper, and they are, that you go over to Election Central. At 9 o'clock, you're buzzed in because they recognize you. And even though you had some obvious back and forth about why you were there, even when they got presiding judges on the phone who said, I'm running out of paper and I'm the presiding judge of the polling place in this county, they still didn't believe them.
Correct. That was really the moment I saw the incompetence because the employee herself literally told the judge that he was wrong and there's no way he's running out of ballot paper. That is just not possible, even though he was there on the ground.
Right. So the fact that they suspended disbelief is clearly there. And because you were there, okay, because you kept repeating that there are polling places that are running out of paper, they literally threatened you with criminal trespass and told you to leave.
Correct. I assured them that I was only there to inform them which polling locations was running out of ballots. That's why I was not a nuisance. I was very respectful, and they only treated me with suspicion to the point where they wanted me completely gone, even though I'm a party employee who's bringing a serious issue to them.
And this was at 9:45 on Election Day.
Correct.
And I don't believe any of these resupplies even attempted to take place until after 3 o'clock. Is that what your knowledge is?
Correct. The person I was there on behalf of the location that I was telling was running out of paper ended up running out of ballots, even though I was there advocating for them.
Okay. And this goes to your comment, my good friend from Travis County. If there's no penalties for this type of behavior, it will just continue. Because even with the evidence there on the phone and in person, the person said, the presiding judge obviously doesn't know what they're talking about. And the fact that this happened in 121 polls over and over again all day long, and by the time any resupply was attempted, it was already 8 hours of a 12-hour day were gone. That's what happened. That's why there's voter suppression. That's why there's 21 election challenges. That's why the judge said and told everyone on the call that a lot of these elections contests are going to trial. Because for the first time, we've had the third largest county in America put on an election where they wouldn't bring ballot paper out of the warehouse to the polls, knowing the problem. Not speculation, knowing the problem firsthand. And then the messenger is literally said, if you don't get out of here, we're going to shoot you with trespass, effectively. So that's what's called denying the obvious and shooting the messenger politically. Thank you for your testimony.
Members, any other questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here.
Thank you.
The chair now calls Jamila English, Linda Zachary, Hyder Garcia, Christopher Russo, Bethany Scanlon. Again, the chair calls Jamila English, Linda Zachary, Hyder Garcia, Christopher Russo, and Bethany Scanlon. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Start over here. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Bethany Scanlon. I am a precinct chair. I'm here representing myself. I was a presiding judge on
Ms. Scanlon,
election.
get a little closer to that microphone so we can hear you.
I was a presiding judge on Election Day, November 8th in Harris County. Shortly after opening my poll, which already had a long line, several of the 12 duos stopped working. Our accessible duo never worked and was never repaired. I was provided only one box of ballots for a very busy poll. I began calling, asking for more ballots and for a tech starting in the morning. We tried troubleshooting the duos from the manual provided by Harris County, but they still didn't work. I escalated the situation with Harris County, begging for a tech. I called over and over and over again. We only had 5 out of 12 duos working for the majority of the day. Concerning more ballots, I was informed they were monitoring the situation and they would let me know when I needed more ballots. My duos were finally repaired by 5:30 p.m. More ballots, 4,000 to be exact, were finally delivered at 6:20 p.m., right before I ran out. I believe I did not run out of ballots only because many voters left frustrated due to long lines from lack of working duos. I sincerely ask that you vote in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Linda Zachary, and I'm representing myself. I am a Harris County Precinct 50 chair for the GOP. I am for SB 1911 by Senator Betancourt. The focus of my testimony pertains to the election code on providing supplies to polling locations to conduct fair elections. In the November 2022 general election, I was a presiding judge in a county-wide election day in Harris County. As the day progressed, I determined that I would run out of ballot paper. I began calling to request more at 2 p.m. I made follow-up calls. Ballot paper arrived at 6:15, a 4-hour delay. In the meantime, my vote center ran completely out of ballot paper just in time for the after-work crowds to arrive. My team and I had to redirect and turn away about 120 voters before resupplying with ballot paper. Voters were shocked. Some were disappointed, others angry. As we waved goodbye, we could only hope that each found a poll with ballot paper on Election Day. Another problem I had was with missing equipment supplies. My vote center had 2 controllers. One was missing a portion of its 2-part electric cord. This is a checklist item and no small matter to overlook. I lacked a working Duo Go for drive-through voting. I ordered a new one but never received it. The most grieved hopeful was a woman who had just finished a round of chemo. She didn't know if this might be her last election. My poll was missing several required forms for closing polls. I was also missing the bond election notebook. This is one vote center with all these issues. please help us and vote in favor of SB 1911. I appreciate your time. Increasing the penalties would certainly help.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead with your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes, members of the committee. My name is Chris Russo. I'm representing myself, and I'm testifying in favor of SB 1911. On Election Day last November, I was the presiding judge at the City of El Lago City Hall polling place in Harris County. What I experienced should never happen in any election in the state of Texas. After some initial equipment failures, like these other witnesses have described, we started processing voters at a pretty steady clip. I realized around 2:30 p.m. that at the pace we were going, we would eventually run out of ballot paper. I called the Elections Administration supply line, and after a dropped call and a long hold, I was eventually told that someone would be on their way with additional supplies. These never materialized. I called several more times throughout the afternoon and was told at least one more time that ballots were on the way. They never came, and we ran out of ballot paper in the middle of the after-work rush around 6 p.m. So I called at 2:30, we ran out at 6. We had about 40 people in line at the time, most of whom left to find another polling place once they learned that we ran out of ballots. I told people in line that if they stayed in line, they would be able to vote, but I didn't know when they would receive paper or when they would be able to vote. I kept calling the Elections Administration and was told that my case had been quote-unquote elevated and that ballot paper was on its way. I finally received ballot paper at 9:05 p.m. By that time, there were only 4 people who had remained in line, and I would estimate that about 100 people who came to the polling place to vote either left or were turned away because of the lack of supplies. Even worse, 2 nearby polling places also ran out of ballots, making it even more difficult for people in my area to vote. This can never be allowed to happen again in Texas. I hope that increasing the penalty for this kind of malfeasance will ensure that. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Mr. Garcia, introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Jairo Garcia. I'm the Tarrant County Elections Administrator. I'm testifying on behalf of the Texas Association of Elections Administrators and myself, and we're just testifying on the bill. And to be honest with you, some of the testimony this morning might have rendered our comment. We were just going to say that Section 3 related to some bills we heard earlier about printing early voting results ahead of time. But I believe the clarifications this morning make it pretty much irrelevant at this point, so I'll just be here if you have any questions for the association. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Saffarani, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've heard the testimony about the problems in Harris County and to some extent problems in Travis County. Have you, through your association, have you heard of similar problems in other counties in Texas?
Ma'am, there's always something to deal with. I believe that's probably more of a county-by-county question. Some might have had more issues, and it also, our different sizes and different geographies are going to make that a very difficult answer for me to generalize in one statement. I feel that if you have questions, we can circulate them throughout the membership of the association and get you more of a...
But you haven't heard of the same kind of problem statewide then?
I've heard about sometimes machine breaking and things like that. That's why I say I don't want to give you a generic answer.
Okay, but it sounds like you're answering me. It sounds like you're saying no.
Yes, there's always something to deal with in any county, in any
But not the
election.
same kind of problem statewide. For
Some of them,
example,
no.
running out of paper. We've heard several witnesses say they ran out of paper, they ran out of paper, they ran out of paper.
I can't recall any of
Any other
that
heard of any
magnitude of
other
running out of
county
paper.
that's run out of paper countywide or in specific precincts?
Not in my recollection.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Betancourt.
Mr. Garcia, thank you for your testimony. Have you ever heard of any problems of this magnitude in your entire existence as an election administrator? Where 121 polls are not supplied with ballot paper?
No, I haven't.
And to my witnesses here, okay, El Lago happens to be right down here, okay? And the other 2 ladies are on this side, right? Okay? And I bring this up because this didn't happen at all the polls in Harris County. But it happened repeatedly, and despite these three rational, very, well-trained presiding judges, they either couldn't get through to somebody or somebody kept telling them the wrong answer on purpose, okay? And that meant just between these two, there's hundreds of people that were suppressed, that were disenfranchised. There's no fact or supposition of fact that this is not what we're talking about here. And I want to say back to you, Mr. Garcia, I think that instead of testifying on, you need to talk to the membership. They need to be testifying for, because if there's somebody's doing their job, I won't have to be here raising criminal penalties because other people simply aren't motivated to do the right thing. This isn't about politics. This is about performance. We could have brought in 100 of these people because they had that many problems. And that's what's so sad about this. I cannot even imagine if this continues, what happens. Let me ask all three of you. Were the voters happy or were they outraged by what occurred?
They were outraged. They were shocked. They were disappointed. Some, were frustrated. They just could not believe we were out of ballot paper.
They couldn't believe that one of the wealthiest counties in America with a tremendous election budget couldn't get ballot paper out of a warehouse. Comments?
What I think was unique about my situation was that some of the people who were coming to my polling location, I was their second or third location that they had come to, and we were out of paper. And so I told people, if you can't make it to another location by 7 p.m. or you're not sure, please stay in line and I'll get you processed. And at 7 p.m. we had about 10 people in line, and by the time I got ballots at 9:05 p.m. we had 4 that were remaining.
Because 4 people knew the obvious truth, that the entire existence of the American Democratic Republic revolves on voting. So they stayed 2 hours just to exercise their right. It's astonishing because in your case, you might have been their third poll, and I've actually heard of 4 or 5. Now I want to go back to this first problem. When you have so many machines that are down, you're already running people off constantly because people can't stand the line. They bounce off and they move on, okay? And how many people did you think you observed just leaving because of the long lines? You have an estimate?
I don't have an estimate, but we had a lot of people leave. I kept walking the line. We never had a break in the line. I had a long line from 7 a.m. all the way to close. Even at 7 p.m., there was a very long line. People were frustrated. People had to go to work. I had people angry. I was walking the line trying to cheer people up.
How many people how many times did the 3 of y'all, at least once, were told, I'm not sure I'm ever going to come back and vote in this county again? Did you hear that?
I didn't hear that, but I turned away some really disappointed people.
Not in those exact words, but the sentiment was definitely clear.
And how many people were thinking that they've really lost faith in the election system?
Almost everyone. I mean, again, I was with these people from 7 p.m., and some of them had stayed since 6 when we actually ran out of ballot paper. So I got to, talk to these people a little bit and try to reassure them from 6 p.m. until after 9 o'clock. And so, yeah, they were very, very disappointed, and they were outraged at what was going on. And I'm sure that a lot of people, like I said in my testimony, we had equipment failures to begin the day, and so the lines were out the door at the beginning of the day, and so you had people that were turned away by that, and then later by the ballot paper.
Okay, if we have another election like this, what do you think happens to voter confidence in the system in Harris County?
Voter confidence is already down in Harris County. This is only making it worse.
I did hear comments where people said it doesn't make any difference.
I don't know if it could go any lower, only because it's at 0 right now.
I want you to take this back, because I've heard, I have so many disagreements with the current county judge, I just try to fold those off to the side. But she says everything's a threat to democracy, except running out of ballot paper at polls in her county on Election Day. But you, in the Elections Administration Group, know that this should not have happened. And what you're hearing here is just the tip of the iceberg of what you're going to hear the rest of the day. So please take it back to the members. I hope they change their position and endorse these bills. Thank you.
Senators, any other questions for these witnesses? Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate you being here, all of you. And Mr. Garcia, I'm still just so baffled with what happened. I'm struggling to understand what was the checklist in Harris County that you go through to make certain that you have adequate ballots for each of these sites. I mean, what is the protocol? I mean, have we seen documents in terms of the structure and process that you all go through internally to get prepared for game day, so to speak, for election day? Can you speak to that process and how fundamentally broken this was here in Harris County?
I can speak to the process of Tarrant County. I don't know the process of Harris County. In Tarrant County, what we do is we overstock supplies as much as we can. We use blank unserialized ballot paper, and so that allows us to, if a precinct had last time 200 voters, we can give them 1,000 sheets. If 600 people happen to show up, we have enough paper, and if we don't, we reuse that in the next event or even from early voting to election day. That's helped us save money. That's helped us prepare for that kind of thing. So in our checklist, part of it has morphed more from a model of trying to anticipate what's going to happen, but to try to maximize supplies whenever we feel we can reuse them and not waste taxpayer money. So we've reached that balance of cost effectiveness and
some basic common sense in preparing for the election.
The first time we used this, I was pretty scared with the ballot paper counts, and that's probably the first time I say that public because it was a lesson to learn. Sorry, I was just going to say that I cannot speak to the checklist or the practices of Harris County.
But with regard to Tarrant County, do you have checklists that you go through in preparation for the game day event, so to speak? Would you?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay. And in Tarrant County, can you ever imagine a situation where you have these great election judges that are calling in, frantic, that they're going to be running out of paper within hours and getting phone calls dropped, not getting called back, no one showing up an hour and a half before the polls close or half an hour before the polls close? Can you even comprehend such a thing in Tarrant County?
Like I said, things happen, but not probably in a large number. So even if we have a checklist, there might be a technician or a clerk that preparing that kit may miss a power cord, but it would be one, it would be a few locations. It wouldn't be spread out across multiple locations in the county. And then that's early in the morning, starting at 5:30, 6 a.m. You try to get those ahead of and deploy someone quicker so, you can get there and prep them to start.
But there was a problem, you or a senior member of your team would be replacing it, fixing it in the field within minutes, I would think.
Yes.
In any normal functioning county.
Yes, and problems as they get reported, they get categorized, right? So a lack of ballot paper, which will prevent you from opening, will be critical. I don't have enough red pens we'll get to you. You can wait after we deliver the critical runs. So those support calls are categorized, and obviously you dispatch as soon as you can for the critical ones and try to close those as soon as you can because those are preventing people, right? Those are the categories: critical, high, medium, and low.
Well, first of all, I appreciate you being here. Appreciate you coming forward and correcting the ship from the issues we've had in the past in Tarrant County. And I want to just really share with what Chairman Betancourt said to reiterate. I think it's so important that your association, for their integrity, understand that this is not just a regular bill. This should never have happened in Harris County, and that you all, as an association, should be supporting the passage of this good legislation. So I really implore you to go back and share that message with all of your fellow colleagues across the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions for these witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thank you very much. The chair now calls Monica Dean, Kelly Flannery, Andrew Hendrickson, Bill Sargent, Gary Boudreau. Again, the chair calls Monica Dean, Kelly Flannery, Andrew Hendrickson, Bill Sargent, Gary Boudreau.
It's unbelievable, guys. It's just unbelievable. And you're going to hear more.
Either one is fine, wherever you're comfortable. If you just get the mic that looks closest to you, and whenever you're ready, introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Hi, my name is Monica Dean, and I'm representing myself. I'm speaking in support of SB 1911. I'm a lifelong resident of Harris County. I worked as a poll watcher in early 2022 and as an election clerk for 2022 primary and election day. In the primary election last year, we had an overwhelming amount of issues with the paper ballots. The thickness and tears in the paper caused paper jams, which resulted in a large number of ballots having to be spoiled and increased wait times. After experiencing those issues in the primary and knowing it was a 2-page printed ballot, I made sure to explain the process to voters to avoid a redo. However, this time around, it wasn't paper jams and spoiled ballots. We actually came very close to running out of ballots. The only reason we did not run out of ballots was because of the ongoing machine issues, and many people left. When we turned the machines on the morning of Election Day, only 5 of the 12 duos were functioning. After many reboots, the PJ immediately called in a service ticket. The line was already forming way before 7 a.m., and this had a major impact on the morning process. Along with that morning service call, the PJ noticed the ballot supply delivered was insufficient for our polling location, so she requested more ballots as well. By late afternoon and several requests later, the snowball effect of down machines caused wait times in excess of 2 hours. With less than 200 ballots left, we finally received the requested ballots around 6 p.m. I am confident we would have run out if not for those issues. Our polling location was just one of many in Harris County, especially in the northwest area of the county, that experienced ballot shortages, technical issues. Working these past elections has left me deeply concerned about our current election process. It is crucial that citizens not only feel confident in the election process, but that those in power are held accountable to carry out that process in a responsible manner. And if they do not, then they must face severe penalties as detailed in SB 1911. I ask for your support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Sargent, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you. I'm Bill Sargent, former Chief Deputy Clerk of Elections for Galveston County, and I'm testifying in favor of the bill for myself. I am in complete support of this measure. We desperately need to have consequences for people who choose to willfully violate the election code, and thank God for you, Senator Betancourt, for doing this. At the same time, I would encourage you, sir, to consider adding the language of HB 1576 to this legislation. That legislation, which is not anywhere near the level of concern that we have been talking about today, would make it a Class C misdemeanor for a person who is willfully recording, using a recording device in a polling place. I had a situation in Galveston where I was helping a Hispanic lady, an elderly lady, who wanted to have her daughter help her with the poll, at the poll, wanted to have her assistant. And I was telling him what to do, what she couldn't do, and so forth. And I looked over, and no farther away than Mays Middleton is from me was a woman videotaping me doing this during the pandemic. And I said, "Ma'am, you can't do that. It's illegal. You can't do that." She got belligerent, and she said, "You're not going to stop me." And I said, "Well, ma'am, take it off your phone." And she said, "I'm not going to do that." I ended up having to call the deputy sheriffs to remove her from the polling place. The only remedy I had was to remove her from the polling place. What the House bill does would be to simply make it a Class C misdemeanor, which is minor compared to what you're talking about, but it fits right in with what you're doing. And I'd really appreciate it if you consider doing that. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes. My name is Kelly Flannery. I'm representing myself. I support Bill 1911. I worked on November 8th, 2022, as a presiding judge. I have been an election judge since 2015. Monday morning, before Election Day, I contacted the supply department at the EA office requesting an extra box of paper ballots. On Election Day, my alternate judge called 4 times for paper starting at 9 a.m., only to receive a busy signal with every call. By 2 p.m., the poll watcher noticed our limited paper ballots, he called the EA's office, spoke to someone, and informed the EA about our situation. 4 p.m., my polling location ran out of paper. I turned away 204 voters in my community, referring them to the closest polling location, only to find out that they too had run out of paper. One voter was quite irate with me. He spit on me, and we called the police. 8:15 p.m., after polls closed, an employee of our county commissioner, who was a candidate on the ballot, had dropped off 3 boxes of paper. The EA had full knowledge of my polling location, and now we were running out of paper. 24-hour notice, to be exact. My request was ignored. Our community was obstructed from voting that day. Please pass Bill 1911 to ensure that judges like me never have to go through this situation again. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Hendrickson, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chair Hughes and committee members. My name is Andrew Hendrickson. I represent the ACLU of Texas, and I'm opposing SB 1911. According to the Secretary of State's office, approximately 1 in 3 election officers in Texas have resigned or retired since the 2020 general election. These nonpartisan officials are vital to ensure our elections are run smoothly and fairly. By potentially subjecting election officers to harsh criminal penalties, SB 1911 would make this problem worse. Extreme criminal penalty enhancements like those proposed in this bill are not the solution to the problems we've heard here today. I seriously doubt that any EA intentionally, and intentionally in this case would mean their conscious objective or desire was to cause the result, failed to deliver supplies, or members of their staff obstructed the delivery of supplies with that level of mens rea. What we have here is a situation where we are creating new felonies for our election officials, and the result of enacting these harsh criminal penalties for elections administrators would be that in the future, qualified candidates will not apply for these jobs. Those who have been in these roles for a long time, we have heard repeatedly, are stepping back because they have been overly politicized, and we need people who are focused on the solutions going forward. Similarly, the penalty enhancement for the unlawfully revealing info before the polls close applies to any person serving in a polling place in any official capacity. Counties have a hard enough time finding qualified election poll workers today, and accordingly, I believe that that problem would again be exacerbated by the enhanced criminal penalties in this bill. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Senator Bettencourt.
What's your solution?
Off the top of my head, I can think of a few things that would help. One, we could encourage more people to vote during the early voting period.
No. Sir, my specific question. What's your solution to an election administrator who either couldn't or wouldn't get millions of ballot sheets out to these presiding judges to keep a voter irate to the point where they're spitting on an election judge because they didn't have ballot paper? That's the answer I want to hear. What's your solution?
More funding from the state for the administration of elections and more training for officials and poll workers.
That's not an answer. What's your answer?
I believe that is an answer.
Okay. Look at this map. There's 120. This is KHOU 11. There's 121 polling places here. If you threw those darts at this map, there is a 0.00653% probability that these darts would all end up in these Republican areas. Do you not see the malevolence in this? By the way, this is pretty much an outline of one commissioner precinct. It's the last Republican precinct in Harris County. Not this stuff down here, but on this side of town. This is malevolent, sir. And if you don't have a solution, then don't sit there and say, hey, we can't do this. What's your solution for an election administrator in the nation's 3rd largest county? Oh, for the Brennan Institute. If y'all guys don't know, that's like the 26th largest state in the union. If this was a separate state, we'd have 11 electoral votes. What's your solution to election administrator? And you've heard enough testimony that refuses to return calls, that refuses to resupply, that refuses to answer. What's your solution?
I don't necessarily accept the premise, first of all, about there being malicious intent. I'm not much of a darts player, so I can't answer your question about throwing darts at a board and the probabilities.
Well, then don't come in and shill for them. Look at this map.
I'm not shilling for this election administrator. I am not speaking on
but
his
he won't
behalf,
come.
and I cannot answer for him for
Only
how
you, the Brennan
this-
Institute, will come because he won't come. He won't answer questions. He won't answer questions from Channel 11. They won't answer questions from Channel 13. They won't answer questions from National Public Radio. They won't answer questions from anybody. But yet you're here along with him. So if you're shilling, explain to me what your solution to this problem is.
I think that we could have, for example, encouraged more people to vote during early voting to reduce the stress on polling places during Election Day. Two ways I can think of off the top of my head that we could have achieved that would be to allow 24-hour early voting or to allow drive-through voting. I also think
Sir, I don't mean to cut you off, but we don't have enough
ability for mail-in ballot voting.
Sir, they tried 24-hour voting. They had the error rate in 24-hour voting was 1,600. Okay? That was nearly the entire error rate of the entire election in 2022. I want to go back to my three presiding judges. Okay, here. Does this map look like it's malevolence? Yes or no? Bill, your opinion?
The bottom line is, having worked elections, I can tell you that that could happen in one place, but 121 places, there ain't no way in hell. That was intentional. That's how I see it. It's a complete incompetence. You got to clean house completely. Maybe bring Stan Stander back. I don't know. Get somebody who knows what the hell they're doing.
Personally, I think it was intentional, and the reason is because they're fishing for evidence right now. They're asking like professors to have us election judges comment on it, so that because they know it's going through the courts, they're trying to beat back, so that.
Thank you.
That's
no,
all.
I just asked your opinion. This is not.
And
I just
may I
asked
add
opinion.
May I add something? I don't know if you know this, but election judges on election day, we're in charge of getting our own clerks, qualifying clerks, things like that. We don't have a problem with that.
I understand that you don't. We have heard from plenty of counties who do.
Stop using it as an excuse.
So let's do this.
Direct the comments
The
here.
discussion is between the senators and the witnesses, not among the witnesses.
Sorry.
That's to everybody. That's okay. Any other questions for the witnesses?
One answer. Okay, well, thank you for your testimony.
Absolutely.
Any other?
Thank you.
Thank you all for
Bill
being
forward.
No.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. Okay, that's right.
The chair calls Louise Joy, Marcia Strickler, James Keller, Lucy Trainer, and Ed Johnson. The chair calls Louise Joy, James Keller, Lucy Trainer, Ed Johnson, Marcia Strickler.
James Keller, I'm not going to testify. James Keller, I'm not going to testify.
I beg your pardon?
James Keller, he's not going to testify.
Got it. Thank you. The chair calls Dr. Susanna Carranza, Valerie DeBill, Suzanne Lucas. So we're looking for Louise Joy, Lucy Trainer. We have Ed Johnson, Dr. Susanna Carranza, Valerie DeBill, Susan Lucas, Marcia Strickler. Ms. Strickler, we have you signed up on this bill. You don't have to testify, but if you'd like to, this is your chance. 1911. Is it 1911? Yes, ma'am. Yes. Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1911? Ms. Trainer, come on down. We have a seat for you. Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1911? Make sure you're registered outside so we can hear from you. So on Senate Bill 1911, Mr. Johnson, you got there bright and early. Why don't you go ahead and go first, introduce yourself, and give us your testimony.
Ed Johnson. I'm testifying for myself. I'm for Senate Bill 1911. So I'm fixing to pour an atomic bomb on top of this fire. When you know the things that the EA knew during this election. Closer? Okay. I worked for 10 years in the county clerk's office, director of the clerk's office running these elections, and helped develop the electronic poll book that they use. We actually built that electronic poll book in-house. And we also had an inventory management system. You know, you're talking the 26th largest state. It's a huge logistics job. So the iPads at all the polling locations, according to election code, were real time. You know, down at the office, you know every time someone cast a vote and which polling location they cast a vote at. Our inventory management system that they were using down there has a list of supplies that are delivered to every polling location and how many they are. There's also, we incorporated from UPS mapping software or distribution software to where we could efficiently deliver these supplies across the county, because it takes an hour and a half to drive across Harris County. So you have to be efficient with your delivery. We tied the inventory management system to the electronic poll book system and developed that software to tell when a polling location was running low on supplies. So they knew in real time exactly what polling locations ran out of paper and which polling locations were going to be running out of paper, because the software calculates the rate of use and how many supplies they had. The other thing, can I continue? Or
we'll see if we have questions for you when we come back around. Dr. Carranza, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Hi, I'm Dr. Susana Carranza, and I oppose this bill. I share the sentiment of all previous witnesses that we want voting to be easy, and experiencing long delays is never acceptable. I'm glad to hear so many people here actually care about voter suppression. We just disagree on the methods to address the problem. I want fair and free elections. I want any issues that cause any delays to voters anywhere to be addressed promptly. This might have been the first time for some of the previous witnesses that saw long lines, but I've seen voters waiting in line for hours to vote in many places all around, for many different reasons. For a lot of people voting last minute to there was a bad weather, or bad traffic, or something, and that's never okay. We don't want to make voters wait. But adding criminal penalties is not the way to fix any procedural problems. This bill adds jail time for failing to deliver materials, meaning making a logistic mistakes. It says intentionally, but it's clear by the witness that the worker in charge of that will never be given the benefit of the doubt. When there is a problem with someone performing an important job, the way to fix is not to increase penalties across the board. The way to fix the problem is to improve processes and procedures as needed to address any known issues. Repeating citing the problems that happen in one place to justify a broad policy does not change the fact that punishment it's never the solution. I support making it easier to vote. I do not support criminalizing election workers as proposed in this and many other bills. It is hard enough to recruit and keep workers. This bill will make it even harder, as they will fear any mistake during their job might land them in jail. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Ms. Strickler, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Marcia Strickler, Williamson County, and I'm here to say that Harris County is not the only problematic county in our state when it is related to equipment. We've had equipment failure after equipment failure after equipment failure. From 2020 on, I was tech support in the field. I witnessed it. I spoke about it here in front of you, gentlemen, last session. We've had precinct level data glitch, which is a software failure. We had people getting incorrect ballot styles by touching the touchpad screen more than once, allowing that printer to queue up the ballot multiple times, and that next person checking in would get the last person's ballot. Our election administrator has admitted to that did happen. The second in charge, Jennifer, has admitted that there's no way, absolutely no way, that they could tell how many people got the incorrect ballot style. That is a software failure. That is a hardware failure. And in my personal opinion, if we had precinct level data, precinct voting with a certain amount of ballots per precinct, a lot of these problems that we've been talking about and hearing about today would go away. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Trainer, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members. My name is Lucy Trainer, and I'm the Election Integrity Director for the Republican Party of Texas. The Republican Party fully supports the provisions in Senate Bill 1911. During the general election in Harris County, our Protect the Vote hotline received numerous calls with reports of ballot paper missing in Republican precincts, as you all have heard. But in addition, we took several calls of missing cords to actually power up these computers by election judges. We had many calls come in from poll watchers about machine breakdowns, paper jams, just creating continual delay. And this was in Harris County, but this was also in other counties. We believe this contributed to voter suppression and lowered turnout in various precincts. Our election administrators must be held accountable for any would-be manipulation and gaming of a system to control a predetermined outcome of one's party. Unelected bureaucrats should not be able to stem the tide of an election and manipulate the system to their personal ideological advantage. Both parties should want free and honest elections. We think Senate Bill 1911 provides accountability to very real problems witnessed during the general election in Harris. But this bill also provides a strong deterrence for other counties, safeguarding against bureaucratic manipulation of our elections. Senate Bill 1911 was also approved by the Legislative Priorities Committee and has full support of the Republican Party of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witnesses? Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized.
Mr. Johnson, I think you were going to get to the point where there were apparently polling places that weren't even given the amount of ballots that they had 4 years ago, and those precinct boundaries hadn't changed. But you were trying to make a point about the fact that obviously when you undersupply knowingly, then you have an issue with performance of those polls because you're going to be literally driving off or suppressing vote, no question, later in the day. If you want to finish your comment.
Yes, 100% true. This is all recorded in the database and software that they have down at the office. How many they were given last time, what the predicted turnout is for this election, how much supplies they should be given. That's in the inventory management system that they have.
And if you don't supply at least the same amount of votes as you did in the prior election, then there's no factor supposition of fact that you're going to run out of ballot paper almost, at some very high statistical rate, 95% plus.
100%. They didn't supply these polling locations with enough paper intentionally. They had to do this intentionally to do it. The other one that they talked about was delivering these supplies. They hire enough techs to fix this equipment. They have one tech for every 5 polling locations. They should be, and the design of this was to have a tech within 15 minutes of a polling location to where if they had problems, they could do it. That tech is given extra ballot paper to have with them in their vehicle, so if there's a problem and someone's running low, they could restock them. So there is no reason why it took hours and hours for them to get it. The other one that you have here that makes all this legal is countywide voting. Under countywide voting, the rule is as long as no one county commissioner has double the precincts of another, you're fine. So you can close polling locations at any time as long as they're not doubling the precinct. And then the last comment, Senator, one that you sent me up here on when you were tax collector assessor, quite often we were breaking the election code by doing combos because the code in the combo says you can't combo more than 700. The maximum size of combo can be more than 750 voters. We brought this to the legislation in the House in the form of a bill, and the vice chair, who is a, I don't know, respected or well-known attorney, said, is there any penalty to this code? And we said, well, no, there's no penalty to it, but we're breaking the law every day. And he says, well, there's no problem here if there's no penalty to it. So unless there's some penalty enforced or applied, there's another part of this House that thinks that there's no problem to it.
Thanks, Mr. Johnson. Senators, any other questions for the witnesses? Senator Middleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Ed, so obviously they knew they were run out of paper, right?
They knew.
And we've heard stories about how basically the call log of complaints that run out of paper was essentially turned off. I mean, you never heard back. But then all of a sudden, at 7 o'clock, they became concerned all of a sudden and petitioned a district court to keep the polls open for another hour, right?
That is correct. And not due to the paper issue, due to machines being broken at a particular polling location.
Right. And my understanding is that really only benefited the polling locations that already had paper that are not on the heat map, right?
Correct. I mean, keeping the polls open for an extra hour when you have no way to vote voters doesn't help the situation at all.
So there was not just the voter suppression of denying the paper, there was an additional 1 hour that sure looks like to me was designed to make sure there were more votes gotten out of the areas that they did supply paper to.
I would say that's 100% correct.
Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Thank each of you. The chair now calls, again, Louise Joy and Susan Lucas. Louise Joy, Susan Lucas, and I'll ask, is anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1911? Senate Bill 1911. Seeing none, public testimony is closed. Bill's left pending at this time. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 1907 and recognizes its author, Senator Betancourt, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Basically, what 1907 does is set up an ability for the Secretary of State to supervise activities necessary to complete the count, preparation of precinct returns, or distribution of records as necessary. Under the election code, these precinct election records are required to be delivered to the appropriate authorities immediately after precinct returns are completed, and no election records shall be delivered 24 hours later than the polls are closed in each election. In Harris County, in all of the elections in 2022, election results were not delivered immediately after the election returns were completed. During the primary, May the 7th, the uniform election, there was so much confusion regarding election night drop-off that the instructions to the presiding judges were confusing at best. And with the added confusion of having to duplicate thousands of ballots on election night, the election administrator did not have strict oversight as to where all the election results were. As a result, the election administrator went in and told a judge that was in an open case on the question of whether or not the ballots had been counted on I believe on that primary week, that election administrator said that they had counted all the ballots, but yet at 10:30 Saturday night found the ability after the close of the nightly newscast to send a press release out to the entire media community that they had found 10,000 misplaced ballots of both parties, so approximately 6,000 Republican and 4,000 Democrat. That election administrator resigned several days later. So the problem is, without clear direction, you also end up with tremendous confusion. And it's important for election presiding judges to know how to turn in the results, whether or not other county employees can pick them up from them. And that was a constant state of confusion, at least in the first half of 2022 in Harris County. So Senate Bill 1907 would give Secretary of State the authority to come in and supervise election judges with counting, preparing the election returns, and distributing the records, basically ensuring the election records are properly prepared and delivered to central counting. Two invited speakers, Harris County Republican Party Chair Cindy Siegel and Marga Matthews. And we have Secretary of State Christina Adkins as a resource witness.
Thank you, Senator. Senators, any questions for the author of the bill? Very well. The chair calls Cindy Siegel and Marga Matthews. Cindy Siegel and Marga Matthews. Bless you. Welcome. Please introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Hi, my name is Marga Matthews, and I am for SB 1907. And
Ms. Matthews, get a little bit closer to that microphone so we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Marga Matthews, and I am for SB 1907, and I am representing myself. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this important bill. Failure to distribute supplies and release results before polls closed is unlawful and unexcusable. The EA first has to be knowledgeable on conducting a smooth and efficient election, and Harris County is lacking that. I had very good knowledge of the issues from the Harris County EA due to the fact I was the Harris County Republican primary director for 2022 and also was on the elections integrity team in 2022. Both Isabel Longoria and Clifford Tatum have made so many errors. Here are some of the issues that happened in Harris County to hold back the election results, and also issues leading to polls not getting supplies and proper training to judges to be able to run a polling location and to submit poll results. Not having ballots turned in on time at NRG drop-off. Harris County having constable pick up ballots the day after election from Baytown Junior School in Baytown because the PJ did not deliver to NRG, probably due to the changes that caused chaos on a daily basis. Constables arriving late at polling locations for closing pickup after the location was already closed. Did not have enough constables to pick up ballots at closing, which caused election to be late. Harris County having to tell PJs to bring in their ballots after all closing, which caused chaos a week before election. So Harris County decided to pay PJs to bring them into the NRG drop-off. Harris County issued wrong size ballot paper at polling locations. Duos voting machines not working properly at several polling locations. Voting machines delivered to wrong locations by Harris County. Voting machines not cleared for new election. Harris County did not have correct mail ballot paper to print as distribution at the distribution center. Harris County did not notify polling locations that they were in fact polling locations till the week before election. Overstaffed judges and clerks on top of each other at locations, so it made a presiding judge having to leave with $5,000 worth of voting equipment in a trunk of his car. And then he was sent somewhere else to work by Harris County with the equipment still in the trunk. Harris County did not instruct good training instructions to judges to return scanner black box that held the ballots at polling locations, and then directed judges return back to their polling locations when already closed at NRG drop-off before they could get checked back in. Giving wrong access codes to the log-on and off at polling locations, which delayed polling locations closing and submitting ballots. Giving wrong gate access to judges at the NRG drop-off. Harris County personnel at the NRG drop-off did not follow correct chain of custody. Training was insufficient. Clerks and PJs were given wrong information, causing clerks giving back second-page ballot to voters. Clerks did not know how to correct the jam duos. Judges at polling locations were not getting their phone calls answered at Harris County. Provisionals were not entered correct at some polling locations. They were not even given ballot style for provisionals. Harris County gave wrong instructions to judges on handling smudged ballots and told judges to give voter another access code and reprint and submit another ballot when the first paper ballot was already entered into the scanner. EA told judges to come sign provisionals at Harris County downtown after the election. Not enough ballot paper at 121 polling locations verified by news media. Harris County not delivering ballot paper in timely manner, which caused voter suppression because voters left. Is that 5 minutes? Got a few more, but can I just do my end clause?
I beg your pardon?
Can I just do my end clause?
We'll probably have questions for you. I bet Senator Bettencourt will. So thank you for your testimony. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
My name is Cindy Siegel. I'm the chairman of the Harris County Republican Party and testifying in support of SB 1907. Thank you, Chairman Hughes and senators, for listening to us today. As I mentioned earlier, I've never, in 40 years as a CPA, seen anything so mismanaged. Now, I'm a fairly easygoing person, I think most people would say. I wanted to give the election administrator the benefit of the doubt. I became chairman in December 2020. And I can tell you, as the primary, as you heard from Marga, our primary director, progressed, it became obvious that, again, gross mismanagement or malfeasance. I'm still not sure about that. But as it relates to SB 1907, there were, throughout the year at the various elections, there were delays in processing votes and created concerns about the ballot chain of custody. For example, due to the poor training by Harris County EA about the new equipment and new procedures, many of the election judges did not know what equipment and materials should have been returned the night of the March primary. Both parties received a late notice after the polls closed that there were several Republican and Democrat election judges that had not returned their ballot bags. We found out later that the EA's office had sent the presiding judges a reminder that afternoon, but it went to their personal emails, which they weren't supposed to be checking during the day. We had several reports of presiding judges arriving at Central Count at the NRG Stadium late Tuesday evening, only to be told that they had to turn around and drive back to the poll to get the ballot bag and bring it to Central Count. One judge in particular, it added over 3 hours, and it was already like 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night. We also heard from several judges that no chain of custody documentation was required for the equipment and materials that they were told to leave at Central Count while they were turning around and going back to get the ballot bag. During the May 7th general election, the Harris County Elections Administrator violated the election code that requires election judges or the alternate judge or the election clerk to deliver the ballots to central count on the close of the election on election night. The Harris County EA sent out a notice to all presiding judges that a constable or a county employee would pick up the ballots after the polls closed on election day. We heard from our election workers, and this was a local partisan or nonpartisan races, that in some cases no one from the county arrived to pick up the ballots, and the election judge was subsequently told to bring the ballots in the next morning. After this occurred and before the May 24th primary runoff, we notified the county of the election code violation, and they finally, after almost 2 weeks of legal deliberations, said that the Republican presiding judges could deliver the ballots to central count versus having a county employee pick up the ballots at the poll. The next day, we had several reports from our Republican judges that their Democrat counterparts waited several hours the night of that election for the ballots to be picked up by a county employee, only to be told after 10 or 11 p.m. that they needed to just get in the car and bring the ballots into central count themselves because the county didn't have enough people to pick them up. And I would also add that as it relates to this, that the way the county ended up the 2 weeks deliberations on the legal, that they got around the election code, is that they would have the election judge actually sign and swear in that county employee as their election clerk. So it complies technically with the election code, but I don't think it meets the spirit of the election code. SB 1907 will provide a mechanism where either the Secretary of State or a district judge can step in to ensure that the ballots are secured, the vote count is timely completed, so circumstances like the ones that we experienced in Harris County do not occur again. Accordingly, I ask for your support for SB 1907. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Bettencourt, do you have questions?
Just quickly, Marga, you were trying to make a last point.
Yes, I just wanted to end it by saying that this bill needs to pass due to the fact that all the EAs that have been sworn in by the commissioners or...
You have to speak closer to the microphone, otherwise they...
All the EAs that they're putting in do not have the knowledge, or they're doing this on purpose to make these elections be fraudulent. And they're overwhelming all the judges, which they're complaining that they don't want to work no more. And I think that's their intention. This cannot be. And until some penalties are put in place, this is not going to change. We need to put a stop to this. And the only way they fear change is to put a penalty on it. And this must happen so this voters can know when they go vote that their vote's going to count. Thank you.
Thank you. And Cindy, as a CPA, you do audits and you look at operational procedures and best practices. There seems to be an utter lack of that at the Harris County Elections Administrator for the entire year of 2022.
Well, first, let me clarify, Senator. I'm a tax CPA, so I try to stay away from audits. But, you know, my experience, I deal with small businesses, been doing this work for back when there was actually Big 8 accounting firms. That tells you how far I go back. I've worked for a major bank in their trust department. I've seen procedures put in place. And to this day, I still can't believe it. And in listening to Marga go through some, not all, of what we experienced in Harris County, this is ridiculous. This is the United States of America. This is the state of Texas. This is the third largest county in the country. And if anyone thinks that it can't happen at their county, they're fooling themselves. If you can pull this off in the third largest county in the country, you can pull it off anywhere. It needs to stop. This isn't a partisan issue. I know I come here representing the Republican Party, but I'm telling you, people that lack ballot paper or they don't get the ballots returned, there were Democrat voters that it happened to too. This should be something that everyone should be concerned about, and I really ask for your support.
So this isn't about politics, it's about lack of performance?
Correct.
extreme lack of performance.
Right, and I believe malevolence. Thank you thank you. Okay.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any other questions for these witnesses? Thank you very much. Thank you both. We'll open public testimony.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Hope you will too. The chair calls Alan Vera, Robert Green, Jamila English, Thomas Korkmaz, Marcia Strickler. So we have Mr. Vera. We're looking for Robert Green, Jamila English, Thomas Korkmaz, Marcia Strickler. And the chair calls James Keller, Lucy Trainer, and Ed Johnson. Again, we're looking for James Keller, Lucy Trainer, Ed Johnson. And so we're here on Senate Bill 1907. Senate Bill 1907. And are you ready to go, Ms. Trainer? We'll start with you if you're prepared. Yes, ma'am. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony on 1907. Welcome back.
Thank you, Chairman. Lucy Trainer, Republican Party of Texas. The Republican Party of Texas fully supports SB 1907 as it incorporates another layer of accountability and transparency to our election system and ensures timely results that are already required under current law. In the event statutory timelines are not properly observed with regard to precinct returns, we believe Senate Bill 1907 adds necessary support in our counties, which could use the additional help and oversight in managing their elections. 1907 has met the approval of the SRC Legislative Priorities Committee and has the full support of the Republican Party of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome back. Introduce yourself again. Give us your testimony.
My name is James Keller from Hays County. I've watched time and again election challenges that fail or are challenged due to failure withstanding. We, the people, are injured and damaged when elections are carried out against the law and with errors and omissions that mock the process. We, the people, should have statutory standing by virtue of our being subject to the results of a sloppy or unruly election. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Korkmaz, introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you. I like this bill. There's one problem with it. On line number 14, it says the Secretary of State may supervise. May is permissive. I was taught years ago that that's a weasel word. And I believe that it needs to be changed to shall, because if they don't do it, if the Secretary of State does not do it, then what? Thank you.
And thanks for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Vera, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying in support of Senate Bill 1907. I'm going to take Mr. Korkmaz's testimony just a step further. In the 2022 primary election, we lived through the nightmare of having the EA miss the election result deadline specified in TEC 66.053C. It ain't pretty. We went to a judge. We got a district judge involved. And I've got to tell you, the poor district judge didn't have a clue as to what was supposed to happen next, who was supposed to do it, who had responsibility for it, and what penalties were available for the judge to make people perform as they should. I agree with Mr. Korkmaz. Adding the provision for the SOS to supervise these activities needed to complete the work would definitely help prevent a bad problem from getting worse, and it needs to be shall, not may. Guys, our judges mean well. They don't have a clue as to how to fix the problem at that point. We urge the committee to give SB 1907 favorable consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Ed Johnson. I'm testifying for myself for Senate Bill 1907. And just say Lyndon Johnson, Box 13. It's what can happen when you don't get your ballots in on time. So these are all paper ballots now. So if you have a recount, the paper is the ballot. And if something has been tampered with it, it does come the official vote. So they need to be in on a timely manner.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for these witnesses? Senator Bettencourt.
Just a comment, gentlemen, good comments. Understand that in legislative terminology, may is a permissive that doesn't have a fiscal note. Shall is not a permissive, and it has a fiscal note. And you'll see the difference on the audit bill at 1039. But I appreciate your observations of what is. Thank you, guys. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you very much. The chair now calls Robert Green, Jamila English, Dr. Susanna Carranza, John Clark, Valerie DeBill, again, we're looking for Robert Green, Jamila English, Susanna Carranza, John Clark, and Valerie DeBill. And while they're making their way down, we'll ask if there's anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1907. Those are all the witnesses we have registered on the bill.
Resident of Hayes County.
Hold on one second. Very good. We got you. And Mr. Clark, go ahead with your testimony. Welcome.
Earlier this morning, I shared my experience for 2020 in my ballot. What I did not share with you was the flow of them restricting the flow of voters into the room. There were 22 voting duos in this room, but they were only allowing 2 machines to be used. There is a line out the door to the parking lot, 50, 60, 70 people in line, and only 2 voters at a time. And this is our backyard of Hayes County. I keep hearing about Travis County and Harris County, but our little town of Buda, Hayes County, this was occurring. Now, in 2022, I served as a poll watcher. The level of pushback that I received, I was threatened with the fire marshal, that there was too many people in the room, and me being the only poll watcher, I was expendable, so I needed to leave. Well, the elections judge moved people from outside waiting in line to get checked in into the room in order to claim that now we have too many people in the room. So whatever it is, whatever penalties that y'all can increase, the Class C misdemeanor isn't cutting it. People aren't being discouraged from these actions, and it's putting people like me who are participating at risk, because it is illegal for me to interfere with the flow of elections. That's only an allegation that could follow me for an extended period of time. And so we're doing what we can in Hayes County to protect each other by working together as poll watchers, but there's a lot more that can be done above and beyond what we're doing on a local level. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your testimony. Dr. Carranza, introduce yourself again. Give us your testimony.
I am Dr. Susanna Carranza. I'm testifying on my own behalf, and I oppose this bill. My main issue is I do not think increasing penalties fixes any problems. It's kind of like applying something after the fact. It's not a deterrent. It's really to fix procedures. It's not to just threaten people with more penalties. And it just discourages very well-intentioned workers from even applying to a job, because all of a sudden you have to worry about all these criminal penalties that might occur that you might not know if it's really through something that was done intentionally or just you make a mistake, it might be considered that was intentional. So increasing penalties for workers, it's not a solution. We have to fix problems, we should fix problems. Increasing penalties is never okay. Thank you for this in this case.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for either of our witnesses? Senator Bettencourt.
John, I want you to thank you for coming back because I thought there was more to the story than this morning, but that's two very good points. So we'll add Hays County to the list. You can't have 2 out of 22 machines working and not have a huge line. And also the fact that you were actually told to leave, is just a preposterous, underwriting of what the whole law that was passed by the chairman to allow poll watchers to observe but not interfere. So thank you for bringing it to our attention.
I watched coaching occur. I've watched iPads plugged into the electronic poll book charging. When I asked the clerks whose it was, they looked at me without responding whose it was, looked to the judge say, oh, it's that clerk's. Why didn't the clerk respond it was theirs? When I asked if it could be removed, unplugged, the answer was no. So there's a lot more going on, and it's local. It's happening in the smaller counties, not just the big ones.
Thanks for your testimony. You're both excused. Thank you very much. Again, anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1907? Hearing and seeing none, public testimony is closed and the bill is left pending at this time. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 1039, and recognizes its author, Senator Bettencourt, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a committee substitute for Senate Bill 1039.
The chair sends up the committee substitute, recognizes Senator Bettencourt to explain the substitute.
I think we've heard enough today that we know irregularities happen in every election cycle. Some are significant and other minor. Harris County has suffered a large number of significant voter irregularities in elections since 2020. There's currently no mechanism requiring election officials to explain an irregularity to those that are involved. A candidate, election worker, party chair, proponent or opponent of a measure can send a request to explain an irregularity, but there's no requirement election officials need to respond. We've heard so many points about what happened in Harris County. I'll just briefly summarize them. Why were 10,000 mail-in ballots not counted, in a primary election? Why did 2-page paper jam machines and no one has figured the solution? Where did election judges were told to pick up or drop off their election results? I can go on. The list is endless. The basic point of Senate Bill 1039, this is the basic of a bill that we passed twice in the special session, and it was basically designed to get back to answering questions if asked. Because the real problem that we've got is the election system is so in such a frothy political environment, people now can just stop answering questions at all. So I gave a great intent of my prior experience and all of what we've seen in elections to 1039 to just set up a simple system. Allows election workers, candidates, party officials, opponents of a measure to ask election officials questions regarding the election. After 2 attempts, the requesters are unsatisfied with the answers. The requester can submit information to the Secretary of State to request an audit. After review, the Secretary of State can determine if there's a violation or concern and perform an audit over those issues that is the subject of an inquiry. Again, this is permissive. If the Secretary of State finds a violation, the SOS can require the county to remedy the situation and assess a penalty of $500 a day. The county does not remedy the situation. Additionally, in severe situations, the Secretary of State can appoint a conservator to oversee elections in a county for 2 federal election cycles. Senate Bill 1039 would provide a means to use audit elections, means to have audit of elections based on targeted issues. Also bring transparency and confidence back in the election process in Texas. The committee substitute would change the use of the conservatorship from a mandatory requirement to a permissive requirement. This will significantly reduce the fiscal note on the bill. today we've heard so many people about the existence of irregularities. I won't go into them any further. We've got invited testimony again from Cindy Siegel, Harris County Republican Party Chair, Chuck DeVore, who is also the Chief National Initiatives Officer for TPPF. And I'd like Christina Atkinson with the Secretary of State's office here as a resource witness, talk about the revising the physical note based on the committee substitute.
Thanks, Senator. Members, any questions for Senator Bettencourt? Very well. The chair calls Cindy Siegel. Chuck DeVore. Invited testimony, Cindy Siegel. Welcome back. And there's Assemblyman DeVore. Welcome back, Madam Chair. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes, Senators. My name is Cindy Siegel. I'm the chairman of the Harris County Republican Party and testifying in support of SB 1039. You've heard a lot this afternoon about everything that went on in Harris County this last year in terms of elections. After the March primary, I thought it couldn't get worse. I thought it was the worst election fiasco I'd seen in the almost 40 years that I've lived in Harris County. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. However, it turned out that election was just the beginning of what turned out to be a year of grossly mismanaged elections by the Harris County elections administrators. From the ballot styles not coded correctly to incorrect size ballot paper, they actually delivered to 7 or 8 polls in the primary regular size ballot paper. So that meant that instead of the legal size, that if you voted in those races, the first page, over half of the races that you voted on didn't get recorded. We had, of course, what we mentioned earlier, not enough ballot paper. And then you have the election reports, just in my business, we say just didn't add up. My files are full of a year's worth of inquiries of the election administrator asking basic questions in each of these situations. Why? Why, for example, did eligible voters voting in the March Republican primary who voted at a certain poll in Harris County not receive a ballot with Congressional District 38, Texas House District 133 races on them? The morning of the March primary, we notified the EA several times that there was a problem at this one poll, starting early that morning when we heard from Congressman Wesley Hunt's campaign that they were having voters calling to say that they didn't receive a ballot with his race on it. All we got that day and thereafter were excuses from there's nothing wrong, or it must be a voter error. They went to vote in the Republican primary and instead they voted in the Democrat primary. It must be an election judge error. It's always someone else's responsibility, someone else's fault other than the election administrator. But it just doesn't add up. Because in that particular race, there was a Republican in all Harris County congressional races running. And then there was a Democrat candidate in the Congressional District 38 race. So if you had accidentally voted in the Democrat primary, you still would have had a congressional race to vote in. If you had voted in a different congressional district Republican race, you still would have had a congressional race to vote in. So if it was voter election judge error, again, for the voter, they didn't get the opportunity to vote in the races that they were eligible to vote in. To this day, we still do not know why certain voters were denied the right to vote in those races. Then we come to November 8th election. Today, if you go at this time, harrisvotes.com, and look at the election reports for the November 8th election, you will find the official reconciliation report shows 9,307 more mail-in ballots being counted than the reconciliation report shows being returned in the mail. This is the official reconciliation report that was actually signed by the presiding judge in Central Count on November 18th. Now, as Senator Betancourt mentioned and others mentioned, in March, that reconciliation report, it worked. It pointed out that there were 10,000 variants on ballots. And it turned out a few days later, the election administrator said, oops, we discovered 10,000 mail-in ballots that we forgot to scan in. To this day, though, the November 8th election, they, in fact, have not explained why that official reconciliation report shows a difference of 9,307 mail-in ballots. And you have to examine it, quite frankly, until Alan Vera pointed out to me what it was stating, is at the top it gives a number of 64,000 and some mail-in ballots looked at. At the bottom of the report, it shows mail-in ballots mailed out, less those mail-in ballots not returned, less those that were surrendered. And if you compare that number, it's like over 54,000. You come up with a difference, unexplained difference of 9,307 votes. To this day, there's still no explanation. The EA provided, as I mentioned earlier, a report to the commissioners, the election commission, as well as the county commissioners court. And he, in fact, changed the numbers, but he hasn't explained why. So I believe that your reconciliation report works, and that 1309 is necessary so that candidates, election judges, and both parties' leadership can get questions timely answered when election irregularities are identified.
Thank you for your testimony. Assemblyman DeVore, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. My name is Chuck DeVore. I'm here on behalf of the Texas Public Policy Foundation in support of Senate Bill 1039. One of the advantages of, like you, members, sitting through a day of hearings is you get to hear prior testimony, and you get kind of a real-time update of what has been explained as kind of a parade of Harris horribles. And frankly, I do this stuff for a living, and I'm always reading about it. And even I was shocked listening to the instances and the details, looking at, for example, the 21 election contests in Harris County, the 10,000 late mail-in ballots that were found several days after the election, the 121 voting locations that were running out of paper. I mean, just example after example. And so what this bill does, like some others presented here today, is it answers the question that we heard one of the witnesses earlier mentioning when, in a discussion with an attorney who was also helping out with the election, said something along the lines of, well, what's the penalty for not following the state election code? And the very reasonable and, if perhaps cynical response was, well, if there's no penalty, then I guess we're okay. So what this bill does is it sets up some civil fines for not following certain key aspects of the Texas election code. But even as importantly, I think it's very important, very critical to point out that there have been instances where the county election attorney will tell people not to answer inquiries from interested parties. And not only does that prevent the truth from getting out, I think it contributes to the erosion of public confidence in our election process. And so instead of immediately shutting down and having this legal wall of silence erected, what this bill does is it sets out a process whereby individuals who have an interest in the election are able to ask questions and then sets up a back and forth response that should, one would hope, answer some vital questions and get it out into the public. And if done, would then potentially prevent things from advancing into any sort of a lawsuit or any sort of a criminal problem. So I think this bill is a needed component in the reforms advanced today. It's part of a toolkit that has been offered. And again, I think it goes back to answering that question that we heard from one of the witnesses earlier today. If there's no penalty, then I guess we're fine.
Thanks for your testimony. Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for your testimony. Cindy, you've mentioned the ballot paper size several times today. I just want everybody to hear, the public as well as the members, there is no reason for the assignment of 8.5 by 11 paper in that election. It's not like some polls had 8.5 by 11 and the others had 8 by 14. The fact that 8.5 11 paper was being assigned is totally preposterous, because the only thing being used in these elections was legal size 8.5 by 14, correct?
That's correct.
Right. So this problem, as chairman, continued over and over again in Senator Middleton, where 8.5 by 11 paper would show up, and it would show up again, you know, in the heat map of this area, certainly a lot more than the others, because we don't hear of that problem in these other locations. Now, you also mentioned that you talked about the reconciliation form. As chairman, you remember the reconciliation form was a big part of what was Senate Bill 7 and then Senate Bill 1, okay? Because we wanted to, because it was an old axiom in mind, what gets measured gets fixed. Now, which is why it's in the bill. Now, there were 3 different reconciliation reports that Harris County actually put out after the November election. I'm going from memory, but I think the first 2 had more ballots than people, voters, thousands of them. And then the third one came out, had more voters than ballots. Is that true?
Yep.
So the reconciliation report changed not once, but twice, but 3 times. And there's still no explanation for it.
And I would add, you know, first, as an accountant, I think it should have been a no-brainer for decades that you would have some sort of reconciliation report. It's a mechanism that will work if they use it the way it's meant to. And a lot of people, if you'll give me a little latitude, talk about, I've heard testimony earlier about, oh, I feel sorry for the EA, you know, you don't want to penalize them, you won't be able to recruit them. I'm in a profession where if I do something that violates the law, I can, 1, be penalized, I can go to jail. Judge Lunsford's over here, she's an attorney. She can have the same thing. She can be disbarred. I can lose my license. This is the reality that we work in. There's over 1,000 pages to the election code. It's very technical, but it needs to have people who will apply the law and apply it the way it was meant to. And if you can't live up to those rules, then you shouldn't be an election administrator. You shouldn't be running an election. And
Cindy, so on the 8.5 by 11 issue, you haven't heard of any of these other polls in other areas of the county that that were using 8.5 by 11. We haven't had any reports of that, have we?
No.
Oh, it's just only in this heat map area, Mr. Chairman. Remember?
That was the November 8th election. The 8.5 was the March primary. That there was, we think, 7 to 8 polls that we heard back, Republican polls, that had were given 8.5 by 11 versus the legal size page.
Right. So it seems to be a pattern. Chuck, you used to be a legislator in California, so you've had extensive experience in more than one state. The Heritage Foundation rated this bill as the best audit bill in the country. What say you and TPPF?
Well, Mr. Chairman, we certainly wouldn't have a basis to second guess either the Heritage Foundation nor your praise for your own work. So yes, absolutely. And I would point out, though, that as elected officials, all of you have very specific things in the criminal code that you could go to prison for, and yet for, what, $7,200 a year, there's never a shortage of people stepping up to run for the legislature. I seem to have noticed that.
Chuck, got a serious point. Restarting civil conversation about election issues is so critical, because that's why I filed this bill. In the House members didn't get a chance to vote on it, but all the Senate members did in special session, because I saw that there was a complete lack of anybody answering questions anymore. Now, when I was elected official, all we did was answer questions. We wanted to answer questions. We wanted to answer 55,000 questions on election day. Where do you go vote? And we wanted to do it in 4 seconds response. I've never seen the difference now, 20 years later, in election process where it's okay not to answer questions. It's okay not to inform the public. It's okay not to even have any understanding of what happened in the nation's third largest county, and we're moving on 6 months later after the election. And so that's the genesis of this, is to get back to forcing people, if that's what it takes, to at least answer 2 inquiries. Now, if there's frivolous inquiries, that the buck stops after that. There's no requirement to keep answering those. But it is so critical to restore the integrity of the election process. And because you had mentioned that before, so I'll give you a final comment on that.
Senator, you're correct, and I think this testimony shows that this is a systemic issue. You heard several individuals testify earlier today about how their calls were not returned. They were threatened when they went to the central location to report on the lack of paper. They were threatened with criminal trespass. So it isn't just at the highest level or in the calm after, relative calm after an election, where you have the back and forth question, hey, what happened here with these mail-in ballots? Well, I can't tell you, talk to the county attorney. I mean, that's unacceptable. We can't have that. And I think this bill provides a path to, as you say, Senator, bring us back into the civil discussion, lower the temperature, share the information, and to begin the long and arduous process of restoring the public's faith in our election system.
Thank you.
Senators, any other questions for the witnesses? Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
We'll open public testimony. The chair now calls Alan Vera, Robert Green, Jamila English, Linda Zachary, Hyder Garcia, Aaron Lunsford, Bethany Scanlon. And the chair calls John Beckmeyer, Andrew Hendrickson. All right, Mr. Henderson, welcome back. Whenever you're ready, you're up first. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chair Hughes and committee members. My name is Andrew Hendrickson. I represent the ACLU of Texas, and I'm testifying against SB 1039. By allowing candidates, political parties, and presiding judges to initiate an election process, SB 1039 would undermine confidence in our elections, not increase it. The bill would create an enormous amount of unnecessary work for county clerks and elections administrators, making it more difficult for them to perform their duties, requiring clerks and EAs to respond to requests within 20 days and provide additional information within 10 days whenever a requester is not satisfied with the response for any reason would cause chaos for elections officials who could receive hundreds of inquiries after an election. These responses, even to frivolous requests, would require detailed legal analysis because SB 1039 gives the Secretary of State discretion to use them as the basis for determining a violation of the election code occurred without conducting an audit. One of the most troubling provisions of this legislation is that it permits the Secretary of State to appoint a conservator to oversee elections in precincts where they determine violations occurred for 2 federal election cycles. Partisan actors would have the ability to make allegations targeting precincts in which voters support their opponents, creating an unacceptable opportunity for abuse. State and county party chairs could file numerous requests for information related to such precincts, hoping that a political appointee would gain control over administering elections in them. At a time when election administration is increasingly politicized and claims of partisan interference in our democracy are the source of extreme polarization, we should not establish a new mechanism with the potential to be exploited for political gain. Our democratic institutions should be above reproach. Regardless of any disagreements we may have about how this audit procedure would play out in practice, the appearance of impropriety created by this unnecessary proposal is detrimental to our electoral process. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Beckmeyer, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee. I appreciate you all listening to us today. It's been a long day. You are a lot tougher than I am. But I do appreciate what you all did last session and what the rigor that you're attacking this again this session to go ahead and shore up some of the things that have gone on. Believe it or not all the stories are about Harris County. It is extreme. I lived it with my good partners there in Harris County like Chair Siegel, but it's been, as our team has crisscrossed the state this cycle, we've encountered irregularities, we've encountered problems across the state. We support this bill because we believe that it provides an added layer of transparency and hopefully some closure as we move forward to issues that we've encountered. Most times when we encounter these issues, we go to the county and we say, hey, we have this, we have that, what's the explanation? And the explanations we get many times leave us feeling just pretty empty, to be honest about it. Whenever you have explanations that are less than suitable, even if nothing nefarious is at hand, there is a perception that something's not above the board. And this perception will take and it will discourage and it will disenfranchise those more educated voters out there. And we've had to fight this the whole time. More than welcome to take questions on what some of these are, probably not as gut-wrenching as some that you've heard. We believe that this bill is a clear path forward, though, as we move forward to providing answers to those questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead with your testimony.
Sure. My name's Erin Lunsford. I'm a 34-year trial lawyer and a mediator and arbitrator, the former judge of the 61st District Court, appointed by Governor Abbott in 2015. I was a candidate in 2022 for the 189th District Court. Technically, I'm still a candidate because I filed the first election challenge in Harris County. Just to give you a little background, I received every endorsement. I was the most qualified, and I, according to Harris County records, lost the race by 2,743 votes. So when asked whether I would file a challenge, along with, after that, there are 21 total challenges, I had to weigh a lot of factors because without this bill, which I'm in favor of, the only way to address election irregularities in an election and therefore discover the truth of what happened is to file a challenge. And I wanted to give you all a little insight into what happens in a challenge and why it's so difficult. I do have to prove my case by clear and convincing evidence that due to these irregularities, we can't determine the true nature of the election, and therefore it must be void and a new election ordered. I will tell you, without telling you the evidence so far, that we have discovered, and you've heard a lot of this today, enough that I am very confident that we will be able to prove our case. But here's the problem with challenges. Time constraints. You have to file them within 45 days. There are no guarantees. All I get is a new election, which my family thinks I'm crazy for doing. And at 61 years old, do I really want to do this again? It's also expensive. I had to raise money in a very short time frame due to those ethical constraints to be able to raise money, because why would I spend my own money when it wasn't my fault that I'm down 2,700 votes? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Vera, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying in support of SB 1039. This bill is badly needed and long overdue. The Texas Public Information Act only allows us to request documents that already exist in the county records. It doesn't allow us to ask questions. This bill does. Take a look at the coloring book I just passed out to you, because these are just 3 of 25 major issues. How in the world does the number of registered voters in the county on November 8th change 3 times? I think we should deserve an answer to that question. Chair Siegel pointed out earlier, how do you end up with 9,307 more mail ballots than you had to start with? It doesn't make any sense. And in the provisional ballots, it is a comedy of errors with glaring discrepancies in the total. Again, we have about 22 other major categories that we'd love to ask for explanations. This bill allows it. These are just 3 out of 25 major examples of very serious data and process discrepancies and anomalies in the November 8th, 2022 election that should require an explanation. And if the explanation provided is lame, then some other action should be taken. Please give SB 1039 favorable consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vera. Mr. Garcia, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Hyder Garcia, Tarrant County Elections Administrator, testifying on behalf of the Texas Association of Elections Administrators and myself against Senate Bill 1039. We understand the intent of the bill. We really believe that people deserve answers to questions, and we would love to work with the author to find a way to support it. Our main concern is that, as written, the term being satisfied is too ambiguous for any kind of resolution. We're concerned that all kinds of legal challenges can arise from a term that's that open. And quite honestly, and I think you used the term I'm going to borrow from you, I was going to say it can be weaponized, but you talked about frivolous requests having to be answered or not. So I think we're more or less in the same wavelength of what could happen if this is abused. So some thoughts. Can we consider adding something where the requester has a bond or something, so in case it is a frivolous request, to borrow again your term, basically put him, have him have some skin in the game, or if it's a repeated request, can we have some time frame for these to be filed so that similar requests can be grouped, and if there is in fact an audit, it can be done simultaneously, right? Have many questions answered in the same process. Tarrant County, we just went through a forensic audit last year. It took a year. It took a lot of time and work from the state. Audit processes are not simple. They're expensive. They're long. They're complicated. So maybe thoughts on how to group them so that in one process you can answer as many questions as possible. Again, in section 280.002, there was a reference to violations triggering sanctions. Are we talking about major, substantial, or are we going to leave it open to anything? I can go on, give you examples, but I think we're on the same page on wanting to answer questions. I think most of our membership would sit here and tell you as well, we want to answer questions. We just don't want this to become impeding for us to carry on our duty, to execute our duties.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Betancourt.
Judge, when you went to look at the election results and you started hearing the stories of what occurred, you went to a press conference and you made a very profound statement. I think you just said you were the first person to file in December because you just wanted to find the truth.
That's exactly what I said. I wanted to find the truth. And the only way you get at a truth without this bill is to file an election challenge.
Right, because because it took it was actually quite a gutsy move for somebody that had spent 35 years in the legal business, that had been our prior judge, because there was quite a stigma about election challenges. You know, you could be an election denier, you could be worse than that. But all you wanted was the truth, because you had never seen, this type of election in all your 35 years, plus when you were a judge, true?
Exactly. The sad part about this is, I think Cindy said it earlier, is it's like we live in a third world country. This is not the way elections should be run. I mean, I don't understand how you can have more votes than voters. How is that possible? How is it possible to count more mail-in ballots than you mailed out? I want answers to those questions, and we're just getting to that. We're just getting to depositions. We are discovering things we didn't even know were there that are just appalling.
To take that question of how you can have those discrepancies Mr. Bear has a handout because there were 3 different reconciliations filed, and you've delineated them, Mr. Bear, here, because just at the top of the list, there was, on November the 10th, 2,547,825 registered voters, but wait, there's more. On 11/18/2022, there's election reconciliation report had 2,549,262 registered votes, but wait, there's less. The next day, the official count dropped by another 6,000 or so to 2,543,162. Which one is it? Mr. Baird, do you have any idea?
Very good question. 2 things to tell you about that. Number 1 is it's supposed to be how many registered voters were eligible to vote on November 8th. That number shouldn't be changing every 3 days. Number 2, I will tell you that we, the Ballot Security Committee of Harris County Republican Party, has a database now. We have been downloading every day all 2.55 million records of the Harris County voter registration every single day as a unique data set and are comparing them day to day, week to week. And we'll have more to say on that later, but we understand why these numbers don't match up.
And there's a continuing discrepancy of 9,307 mail-in ballots that you don't have a clue as to what they are.
Chair Siegel mentioned, and that's correct. And these are not our numbers. These are the numbers that the county reported to the SOS.
And right, because that's mail ballots returned is 54,952. And I want everybody to think about this, but the official count of all mail ballots is 64,259. So there's mail ballots returned at 54,952, but wait, there's more. There's an official count of all mail ballots at 64,259. So we apparently have counted 9,307 more mail-in ballots than were returned.
Senator, not since the miracle.
Where did these 9,307 come from?
Not since the miracle of the loaves and fishes have we seen this kind of multiplication. We don't know. We don't know.
And again, before testifying against a bill, I think you all need to hear the testimony because, Mr. Garcia, there's a quick answer to your question. It causes to read the bill. But if you're against it, I'm going to have to read it to you because we've already limited the number of people that can ask the question. Because the people that can answer a question is clearly identified in subsection 5. A person may make a request in this section if the person participated in the relevant election as a candidate, like the judge, a county chair like Ms. Siegel, or a state political party chair of any party, a presiding judge, of which there were as many that you've seen here today, an alternate presiding judge, because they're there all day too, and the head of a specific purpose political action committee that supports or opposes. These are the only 5 people that can ask these questions. How is this going to overload an election administrator that's doing their job? How does these 5 people overload an election administrator that's doing their job? I'm fascinated.
And the answers are the same, Senator. In each election challenge, the evidence is exactly the same. It's not duplicate requests.
Ms. Garcia, there's only 5 subset of people here.
I understand.
People, you ask for people with, I've got almost a photographic memory, you said with skin in the game, a candidate, a county chair, a state party chair, a presiding judge or alternate judge, and the head of who has more skin in the game than these 5 people?
I agree with you. They have skin in the game. But I'm saying the cost of this is put on the county. And there's nothing to lose on the other end. Allow me please, to have to lose if the request is just, I borrowed your term, a frivolous request, right? So I'm not saying everyone is doing this. I'm not saying the majority would. As you said, anybody who's doing their job in answering questions, which we do a lot, is probably not even under the umbrella list. But the further extent of this is an audit. And that becomes a huge process. I just went through one.
Okay.
And so I'm only laying it out for you to see where it could go.
Bring up the Secretary of State representative after this so we can talk about the fiscal note and the audit. But which one of these 5 people would you eliminate to lower the number of requests that an election administrator would be doing their job on? Would you eliminate the candidates? The county chair? Oh, how about the presiding judge or the
None,
alternate
sir.
judge?
I would not.
Well, so then these people then don't come in and testify against a bill and say that we need people with skin in the game if you're not willing to say one of these 5 needs to be off this list. You need to reconsider your opposition to this bill. And thank you.
Senators, any other questions? Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Garcia, again, I appreciate one's testimony, but the commentary that you just had with Chairman Betancourt, I just find to be unbelievable. I mean, the fact that this is not an expense that should be recognized as being one of the most important things that we can do to safeguard and protect our elections. I mean, at the end of the day, we have nothing if we don't have this fundamental basis that is restored and there's confidence in our election system. And so I know firsthand, Judge O'Hare being a dear friend, that he would think of no better expenditure by the people of Tarrant County than to make certain this was the case. I can't speak to the disaster that we have here in Harris County, but I know that to be the case with a strong county judge and commissioner's court there in Tarrant County. So again, I just urge you to go back to your fellow administrators and bring some common sense on these issues, because there's a huge disservice that's being done to the people of Texas. This is not Republican or Democrat politics. This is common sense. This is basic governance. And I just urge you to take that message back and let's get this straight. And I want to also share with you, Judge, thank you for your leadership and challenging what we're seeing here. Thank you for being courageous and doing so. And I know all of us want to get to the root cause and get to the real thing that happened. But in my estimation, with all of these sites, all these issues, you would have had a blowout victory if justice is served. And let's hope that does happen. Sooner the better.
Senator, may I?
Thank you.
Just one last thing. And just in case I'm conveying the wrong message here, maybe it's a matter of words, I want to reiterate, we're not saying we shouldn't have to answer questions. We want to answer questions. We want to make sure that we are accountable for our job and that we provide people the answers they want. In Tarrant County, for example, we've created a full-time position of someone whose daily only job is to answer to public records requests to make sure that we try to get speedy, because they have grown to that level. And so we're just trying to give the message that this could have that workload. And again, the Secretary of State might have more to say on that, fiscal note and all of that, and the ambiguity of the term being satisfied. That's our only concern with that.
And I appreciate those workload concerns, I truly do. But again, what is most fundamental is making certain that the people of Tarrant County, in your case, the people of the state, have confidence, and that confidence is restored in our voting processes. And when you see this kind of banana republic situation in Harris County, that's really what it is, if not worse. We've got to send a message in the other 253 counties that Harris County is an outlier. They should be ashamed by what they did. And all the other counties in the state need to step up and send a message that this will not be tolerated within your association of election administrators as well. But I appreciate the feedback, and I'm thankful for you being here. But please let them recognize what really is going on here.
Understood.
Thank you.
If I could, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Betancourt.
Mr. Garcia, I'm glad you're here.
Absolutely.
But you have a public information officer answering these questions right now. There is no incremental cost for you. Why is your association here saying that you can't answer questions and that there's something wrong with, you personally said, these 5 people that are asking the questions? You need to really reconsider this point, because you're already doing the work. The difference is you get credit for it here, for doing it right, versus a group that is already proven to do it wrong, and I believe malevolently. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate being here.
The chair now calls as a resource Christina Adkison, resource witness, and along with Ms. Adkins, chair calls Bill Sargent, Rosemary Clouston, Louise Joy, Thomas Cormus, Marcia Strickler. Again, we have Ms. Adkins, and we have Mr. Sargent. We're looking for Rosemary Clouston, Louise Joy. There's Thomas Cormus, Marcia Strickler.
I'm honored.
And James Keller. The chair calls James Keller. The chair calls Andre Lemke. James Keller, Andre Lemke. And even though we normally go right to left, we're going to recognize Ms. Adkins first. Introduce yourself, tell us who you represent, and then I think Senator Bettencourt has a question for you.
Yes, sir. My name is Christina Adkins. I'm with the Texas Secretary of State's office, and I'm testifying on the bill.
Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Adkins, for coming in. The committee substitute changes the shall to a may, which would substantially change the fiscal note. Would you like to comment on that at this point?
Yes, sir. With the previous language in here where it's mandatory that we appoint a conservator of a county election precinct based on the irregularity, looking at our numbers, that would be a pretty substantial number of appointments, and they're appointments that last for a number of years. And so by making it permissive, it's drastically going to reduce the cost. There still will be some cost to it, sir. I don't want to mislead you on that, but it'll definitely reduce that cost because there are a number of irregularities that could be resolved in other ways without the appointment of a conservator.
Well, that was the intent of the whole procedures, to resolve irregularities without using an election challenge or without having to go to conservator. Do you have an estimate on what the number would be instead of $3 million, or are you going to provide that at a later time?
We are happy to provide an updated estimate. I probably need to go back and talk to a few folks to revise that to give you an accurate number. I don't want to do that on the fly, but I think it'll go down pretty substantially.
I suspect it would be down substantially, so thank you.
Thank you, Senators. Any other questions from Ms. Adkins at this time? Thank you very much. Thanks for your testimony. And now, Ms. Strickler, introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you. Marcia Strickler, Williamson County, the 12th largest county in Texas and growing, the largest, fastest growing county in Texas right now. So I am for this bill. Senator Bettencourt, thank you so much for this. I'm very encouraged by what I've just been listening to for the last 30, 45 minutes. This bill helps to provide a way to hold our county election administrator or officers accountable to the laws. I believe it was Mr. Beckmeyer earlier that spoke about disenfranchised. Our county has been disenfranchised for many months, for the last 3 elections at least that I have witnessed myself, and we're discouraged, and we have no standing. I remember having a conversation with one of you in the cafeteria a couple years ago, telling you that we had no standing. An average voter, a judge, an election judge, a clerk, a poll watcher, and really even a candidate. It's difficult for a candidate to file an election contest. It's expensive. They've just spent their entire savings running, and then there's a problem. People got wrong ballot styles, and they have to go to court, and they have to sue their opponent, which it should not be that way. So voters, poll watchers, candidates, we need a civil cause of action that gives us statutory standing to sue in district court and request a jury trial to determine facts and damages incurred. We are the ones that witness when these laws are being violated, yet we have no standing. So thank you for giving us a little bit of direction where we can actually have communication back and forth and have some transparency. The Secretary of State, no offense. Okay. Ask me a question later.
Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Sargent, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Bill Sargent, Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections, or former Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections from Galveston County. Senator Bettencourt, you have a good piece of, no, it's not a good piece of legislation. It's a great piece of legislation. Thank you, Bill. But as I often do, I have an improvement I want to suggest to you. The language in the bill says, quote, "The county clerk or other authority conducting the election shall cooperate with the office of the Secretary of State and may not interfere or obstruct with the audit. So my question is, what happens if they do that? What if they fail to do what you're saying there? There's no penalty. There's no recourse. So I'd suggest what you do is you put civil penalties that apply not to the entity, but to the individuals involved. And if you want to, make it a criminal penalty as well. That way, you're talking about people having skin in the game. They're going to really have skin in the game if you do that. Because if they try to interfere or stonewall it or slow walk it or do anything like that, you got them. That's my recommendation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for your testimony. Ms. Keller, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
My name is James Keller. I'm from Hayes County. Witnessing an election and collecting and recording the information that might reveal security breaches and fraud requires attention and discipline. Poll watchers are the thin gray line. I say that because most of us are over 50, essentially whose job is to faithfully record critical errors and omissions in the election process. There are so many different points of entry and vulnerabilities that actually catching fraud requires patience, courage, and sacrifice. But election crime appears to be the red-headed stepchild in law enforcement in Texas. And one of the ones that is most stunning to me is that after a lot of years after having this come to my attention with regard to the numbering of ballots, which is plainly stated in the Texas Constitution, that we still have all kinds of wiggle room with people doing random number generators, which do everything but allowing a county to know a fixed range of ballot serial numbers at the beginning of the election and in the blanks that they have, and then have another stack of the spoiled ballots and of course the ballot box, and for someone to be able to audit those and say, by God, if we started with 1 through 2,000, we better have 1 through 2,000 between those three piles in the end. This is not rocket science. This is basic accounting. This is a basic control to stop the most egregious and simple form of ballot fraud, because it becomes very difficult to introduce or remove numbered ballots. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Cormus, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thomas Larry Quirkmas, prior election judge and central count judge. I am in favor of this bill, and considering that it is a first step. I have a great deal of respect for Ms. Atkins. She and I have spoken on the telephones late at night when we were trying to figure out some problem on elections. I have your cell phone number incidentally. So,
don't say it.
Yeah, I won't tell. I won't tell. But the point that I am trying to make is the Secretary of State's office has issued waivers before on a multitude of things, including what was just mentioned here in regard to the numbering of ballots. I don't believe that the Secretary of State's office, and I've written about this before, has the right to waive numbering of ballots and state statute. That is your job to make the statutes. It is their job to enforce them. This has been a problem all along, and there's always been some excuse for it. I believe that there is a way to resolve these issues long term, and perhaps a different method, by a different path. We have all kinds of ways to do this, but if you're going to dump this on the Secretary of State's office, give them enough money to do it. They will need a budget. Whenever somebody asks for something, I always mention, where's the money going to come from? And so they will need a budget to do this, because this is going to be big in the beginning. It will be very big. It will cost a lot of money. But these are things that we need to take care of right now And I ask you to consider that. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here. The chair now calls Debbie Adams, Dr. Laura Presley, and if I previously called your name and you didn't have a seat, come on down as well. Lucy Trainer, Ed Johnson. And that will round us out. We'll go ahead and get started over here on my left. Your right, introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
My name is Andy Lemke, and I am in support of this bill. I thank you, Senator Hughes, and members of the committee for putting this forth. As a healthcare worker, if I were to make the kind of mistakes that have been made in these elections, the last 2 cycles that I'm aware of, I would have been fired, probably after 1 time. Anyway, I've been testifying in my commissioner's court with others from Hays County about the maladministration of the 2020 election and now 2022. I served as a poll watcher in the 2022 election, and I served in a location. I entered at 5 p.m. One of the duos was not working, and I asked the poll judge about it, and they said it hadn't been working since 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The lineup was out the door. People were very frustrated, and there were a lot of other issues with the duos. Problems with the machines were documented by many poll watchers that I communicated with. Other issues from public records obtained from the county: of the 67 precincts in Hays in the 2020 election, there was a difference in the number of votes cast between the county's website and the voter roll in all precincts, except for 2. And these should match exactly. They did not. There were many other anomalies in the last 2 cycles, including the deletion of election records prior to the 22-month retention period laid out in Section 129.023 of the TEC, which notably is a felony. Also, the chain of custody of our election records in Hays County has seemingly been unimportant to our elections administrator, who stated she didn't understand why citizens were interested in observing the PMC. No one ever cared about it before. We care.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome. Introduce yourself and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. I'm Debbie Adams. I'm representing myself, and I'm from Hays County. I'm going to give you just a very short glimpse into the outrageous conduct of elections in Hays County that have occurred without consequences, and I'm passing a more in-depth picture so you can look at it. Our elections administrator, Jennifer Doinoff, committed both a state and federal felony in 2020 when she illegally deleted the entirety of the election results well short of the mandatory 22-month retention period. This past November, Jennifer Doinoff ignored state law requiring partial manual counts to begin within 72 hours of the polls closing, waiting a full 11 days. Despite 3 poll watchers pointing out the law and procedures regarding partial manual counts, Jennifer Doinoff again ignored state law and created her own procedure, which resulted in all counting teams starting at different times using different methods of tallying on scraps of paper. So there was no proper paper trail. It was a complete disorganized mess. On the last Monday of the recount, Ms. Doinoff and her staff repeatedly referenced their efforts of the day before and how many people were there, and that the reason they were having problems with the ballots because they got mixed. That was a Sunday. There were no watchers present. Ruben Becerra, our judge, has repeatedly threatened talliers with expulsion for noting the vote center location on their sheets, announcing, "In this room, I am God and I will interpret the law." He is neither a lawyer nor a member of the judiciary. He is a baker. The county has withheld and continues to withhold agreed-upon documents, effectively preventing the completion of the criminal district attorney recount. Poll watchers independently recorded a series of seal numbers on ballot boxes. What the county reported is completely different. Election judges report delivering only 2 ballot boxes to central count, but the county records 3.
Thank you for your testimony. Dr. Presley, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator Hughes and Senator Betancourt, for this bill. I'm Dr. Laura Presley of True Texas Elections, and I love this bill. Love it. It is great, Senator Hughes and Senator Betancourt. It provides long-term solutions. It's a very strategic bill. It's not tactical whack-a-mole. It is a strategic bill to address root causes. But I'd like to make a proposal that you might need some checks and balances in it. What you have, kind of an overview of it, you have the local county election officials being overseen by the SOS, and I would say you might need someone to oversee the SOS as a check and balance. You have in the election code right now many provisions, with all due respect to the Secretary of State, you have many provisions right now that say the Secretary of State may not waive this statute. You have put those in the last 2 sessions because we have waivers by the Secretary of State that should be under scrutiny of this bill. So who oversees the SOS? I propose that you have a legislative council that you form that's kind of the appeal process over the Secretary of State. I know that's not, I don't know, we've never had anything like that. I don't know how you could generate a solution for that, but there needs to be a check and balance on the Secretary of State. I can give you a list of waivers, ballot numbering, random numbering laws that have been created that are not in the statute. You have audit logs that do not match and do not meet the criteria of the administrative code, and you've got watchers being obstructed and being called auditors and not allowed to see the results tapes that had to get addressed in 22. So there's a lot of examples of this, and we need a civil cause of action for these categories these 5 categories, Senator Betancourt, that can have a trial by jury, decide facts, and decide damages. You go to a trial, which is what the Galveston guy said, you're going to cut this. Okay, trials is what you need. Bless y'all.
Thanks for your testimony. Ms. Trainer, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Lucy Trainer, Election Integrity Director for the Republican Party of Texas. We fully support SB 1039. These added protections offered by 1039 empower our county chairs, candidates, presiding judges, and alternate judges with a statutory process to address election irregularities, and will help address the frustration we have witnessed in many counties when sorting out legitimate concerns while running an election. Oftentimes, as you all have heard, the electorate can feel very defeated when legitimate questions go unanswered or not answered well, violating a sense of justice and fairness. This is the type of feedback we received when running our Protect the Vote hotline at the party leading up to the general election. We believe Senate Bill 1039 will ultimately increase voter confidence with this new statutory process in place and give more satisfactory answers if questions remain unanswered at the county level. Senate Bill 1039 meets the approval of the SRC Legislative Priority Committee under elections and has the full support of the state party. Thanks.
And thanks for your testimony. Mr. Johnson, welcome back.
Yes.
Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Ed Johnson. I'm here testifying myself, and I'm for Senate Bill 1039. And in my opinion, Senator Betancourt is a great American for defending our voter rights, and this is a great bill. Please pass it out.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witnesses?
Just a quick, you can say amen to that. I just want to, okay. I want to thank the first witness. Yes, we do care, and you're right. These people should have been fired. Can you get me a list of when this occurred on the Hays County?
Yes, sir.
How far in advance of 22 months? Because None of those records should be eliminated prior to 22 months. Laura, I'd love to see a list of the waivers.
You get them. I'll get them to you.
And if you could summarize what hotline complaints you had, okay?
Yes, sir.
And Ed, thank you for your kind words. But this bill is just back to trying to get questions asked and answered, which we're just so far away from. It's very disappointing to me to even have to put a bill like this up. Thank you.
God bless y'all.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you each for your testimony. Thank you. The chair now calls Dr. Susanna Carranza, Valerie DeBill, Jack Finger, Liz Case Pickens, Tia Boyd. And the chair calls John Clark. So we have Dr. Carranza. We're looking for Valerie DeBill, Jack Finger, Liz Case Pickens, Tia Boyd, John Clark. Those are all the witnesses we have registered to testify on for against Senate Bill 1039. Dr. Carranza, introduce yourself. Go ahead. Welcome back.
Hi, I'm Dr. Susanna Carranza, and I oppose this bill. I do think it's important to have transparency. I do think it's important to have a process to request for information, because we really want to know, to have the access if there's actual something wrong or there's clarifications. I think it's important to have that. But I do think the parts of the bill that it specifies the kind of irregularities and complaints, it's so vague that, as Senator Bettencourt pointed out, it could lead to frivolous complaints. There's a paragraph about irregularities. It doesn't define anything at all. There's a paragraph about if an official might be in breach of the election code. Again, the requester doesn't have to specify anything. So it really could open for somebody asking repeatedly, and there's no criteria from when enough of an answer is an answer. So again, if we have a process that could specify more, maybe you have to put everything in writing and have some criteria for what's acceptable. Otherwise, you could have somebody asking over and over and never be satisfied. And that would pretty much jam the system. And instead of providing confidence in the election, it would actually sow more doubt. So I'm all for transparency, but I just think we need more clarity instead of being so open-ended. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony, and welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, other members of the committee, for the record, my name is Jack M. Finger from San Antonio. Yes, I'm in favor of this bill, and I must say it's good as far as it goes, but it is a little deficient in a number of ways. Yeah, it does provide a mechanism to hold county election officials to law by giving the Secretary of State authority to investigate violations of election law. But what happens if the Secretary of State is the culprit? I mean, don't get me wrong, I think Jane Nelson will probably do a decent job, but she won't be there forever. What if a future Secretary of State misinterprets or violates election laws that detect and punish fraud? Worse than that, what if some future state Supreme Court will not take election cases and avoid providing constitutional guidance to parties via emergency mandamus case or injunction case to force election officials to correct violations in real time? Yes, the voters, the candidates, etc., they need a civil cause of action that gives them statutory standing to sue in district court and demand a jury trial that decides facts and damages when county election officers violate election laws specifically intending to detect and punish fraud. Yes, and like I say, it's as good as far as it goes, but it needs some help on this one. I hope you will take it to heart there. So, Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Bettencourt.
Doctor, just so you know, the very first part of this bill specifically specifies a person described by subsection F may issue a written request. Okay, so please read the bill before you oppose it. Jack, just one comment about Secretary of State. All 31 senators voted for her. She's the first person to be confirmed in quite some time. We expect her to be in the job for a while, so I just want to make sure that you knew we had already approved her nomination. So thank you, but thank you for your testimony.
Yeah. Senators, any other questions for the witnesses?
May I, sir? May I respond or just comment? No? All right. You were proposing a bill for clarity information. I was going to add that, but that's all right. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Thank you very much. That's all the witnesses we have registered on Senate Bill 1039. No one else has registered or expressed an interest in testimony, and therefore, public testimony will close at this time. Bill will be left pending. All right. Chair now lays out Senate Bill 1938. Senate Bill 1938 recognizes its author, Senator Bettencourt, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. We do have a committee substitute for Senate Bill 1938.
Chair sends up the committee substitute and recognizes Senator Bettencourt to explain the substitute.
The National Voting Rights Act requires states to maintain an accurate and current voter roll to ensure that all eligible voters are properly registered. Texas law requires voter registrars to remove voters from the voter roll who are ineligible to vote. In 2021, the legislature passed Senate Bill 1113, which it can be used as a penalty for a voter registrar not removing ineligible voters from the voter roll once they receive notice of the voter roll's ineligibility. The penalty is withholding Chapter 19 funds. This was in litigation but recently settled by a federal appellate court ruling. 2021, the Harris County voter registrar had been notified by Secretary of State of voters who were ineligible to vote, but the voter registrar refused to remove the voters from the voter roll. However, when the Secretary of State threatened to withhold the Chapter 19 funds, the ineligible voters were removed. In addition to cancellation by voter, a registered voter may be challenged the eligibility of voters. Currently, that's not a part of Senate Bill 1113. There was an election challenge of approximately 600 voters who were registered at private P.O. boxes. This is something, Mr. Chairman, you and I testified to many times on the floor of the Senate on Senate Bill 1113, was to keep people from registering at impossible addresses. And a P.O. box at 2 by 3 inches is not an address that anyone can live in. However, as apropos with all requests to Harris County, after the request was made, it was ignored. And again, that continues. So SB 1938 would extend the penalty for withholding Chapter 19 or 31 funds if the voter registrar fails to timely perform their duty in election code that requires the voter registrar to approve, challenge, or cancel a voter registration, schedule a hearing, and make a determination on the challenge. Again, all we're asking in this bill is that if someone it makes a challenge, that it be ruled on one way or the other, and also provide some means to assure that there will be a ruling at some time in a reasonable period of time. Again, it provides incentive voter registrars to have an accurate and current voter roll. I just want to say that the absolute fundamental bedrock of American democracy is a voter roll with integrity. When I first became a voter registrar, I was shocked to find out there were 50,000 deceased and felon registrations on the rolls in Harris County, of which 1% were voting. And we know that because we had letters from family members that said people had died in the 1960s, yet they were still voting in the 1990s. We had letters from people that would indicate that the people were incarcerated in Huntsville, but they were voting in person in Harris County. I went to see legendary attorney Johnny Holmes. You remember the one with the big the handlebar mustache. And I'll always remember his comment. He said, "Paul, I don't think that that gentleman is voting in Harris County because I know he's incarcerated in Huntsville. And we went through a process to clean up the voter roll because what was important was if Texas had been Florida, we had 500 voters that were voting that were clearly ineligible, most of them deceased, and we would have been the margin of victory in a presidential election that is well known in history for having a 500 vote margin. So this bill, all it does is extend the same point, which is if you have an additional challenge or a question, then if the voter registrar refuses to do their job under the code, that the bill allows for the withholding of funds, and that's already worked once, and so I suspect it will work again. We have invited testimony from Alan Vera, and we can also have Christina Atkins as a resource witness if anyone has questions.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Members, any questions for the author? Very well. We'll open testimony and call Alan Vera. And after Mr. Vera, we'll be looking for Tom Nobis, Robert Green, Ed Johnson. You guys be ready to go. Mr. Vera, will you go ahead and, whenever you're ready, introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying in strong support of SB 1938. We need this bill if we're going to have any chance of significantly improving the accuracy of our county voter rolls. In September of 2021, following the guidelines of SB 1111 and 1113, from last session, I filed voter registration challenge affidavits with the EA of Harris County. I challenged several hundred voter registrations which used a commercial P.O. box as their residence. My challenges affidavits were reviewed by election attorneys who gave me an A+ for the first time on the content and the format. Senator Betancourt has told you the follow-up on that. 60 days later, I got written confirmation from the EA that they had taken no action on my challenges. So I filed a complaint with the Secretary of State. Secretary of State carefully considered my complaint, and they debated it for a long time and took some action. It took about 7 months to get this done. Okay? I wasn't finished. In June and July of 2022, I developed a database of 3,500 single-family and duplex homes in Harris County, pay attention, each of which had 6 or more registered voters with 3 or more last names. That sounds a little fishy. There were a total of 27,000 registered voters in these 3,500 homes. Working with another Harris County election integrity group, we organized a canvass of these interesting groups of voter registrations. Over 50 volunteers knocked on doors in Harris County in June and July of 2022. These are troopers. Using a legally approved script, they showed the person who entered the door the list of particular people who registered to vote at that address and asked the person to confirm whether they actually lived there. We asked the person who met us at the door to sign an unsworn declaration. Guys, 49% of the people registered at those homes did not live there. We need help. We need some teeth behind this activity. Thank you.
Mr. Vera, thank you. And members, any questions for Mr. Vera? And before you ask the question, I'm going to call a couple more witnesses. So if you don't mind, Senator Parker, hold tight. The chair calls Marga Matthews, Andrew Hendrickson. If you're here and wish to testify, go ahead and make your way down here and take a seat. Marga Matthews, Andrew Hendrickson. And while y'all go ahead and come on down. And Senator Parker, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vera, thank you for being here and all that you do. I'm taken back by the data. I know Chairman Betancourt and my colleagues in Harris County have been dealing with these shenanigans for all too long. But can you share with members of the committee some of this data? I know you've documented this extensively, these stories you just shared, the number of people, all these things that just are way beyond coincidence. And clearly move into the category of malfeasance. Would you mind sharing some of that data with members of the committee? We'd really appreciate that very much. If you can provide some written context and information going forward, I think it'd be very important for us all to see that.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Just don't be shocked when you see it.
Thanks, Senator Parker. Any other questions for Mr. Vera at this point? Very well, thank you. Mr. Nobis, welcome back. Introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Okay. Chairman Hughes, other members of the Senate State Affairs Committee, I'm Tom Nobis. I represent the Republican Party of Texas and myself. I rise in support of Senate Bill 1938 by Senator Betancourt relating to failure of voter registrar to comply with voter registration laws. The issue relates to cleaning up the voter rolls. There should be an easier way to notify elections administrator or the county clerk when someone dies. A friend of mine had passed away and I found him still on the voter roll. Went to the Harris County website to find the procedure. Long, complicated to have his widow fill out the form, obtain the proper documentation, have it notarized when she's in her 80s and doesn't have a computer and not computer savvy. And the form is for someone that's still alive instead of someone that's dead. Working as an election judge, there were many cases of voters not appearing in the e-poll book. As a result, we had an attempt to find them in the county voter registration database. One approach is to search by address to find them. In doing so, a large portion of the voters that I dealt with identified the people listed as no longer living at that address. When a voter registers at an address, it would be easy to check the voters listed at that address to identify if they have the same last name, if they have different last names. Some effort could be made to determine if they actually live at that location. My most interesting voter registration issue was when I went to Denver for my brother-in-law's funeral. I ran into a gentleman there that I used to go to the same church that goes to the same church I do in Cypress. He had moved to Denver in 2018, yet in 2023, he was over 65. He was getting ballots by mail because he was over 65, but I was just amazed that he said he was still getting ballots by mail from Harris County, but living in Denver. Voter registrar could use Harris Central Appraisal District information to identify when property ownership changes and thus when it is likely that a voter has moved. Thank you, Chairman and members, for allowing me to speak today. And I'm supporting, hope you pass out SB 1938. Thank you.
Mr. Nobis, thanks for your testimony. And Mr. Hendrickson, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Hughes and committee members. My name is Andrew Hendrickson. I represent the ACLU of Texas, and I'm testifying against SB 1938. Leading up to the 2020 election, Texas saw a significant increase in voter registration challenges. In Harris County, one group submitted 119 affidavits challenging the eligibility of 6,000 registered voters. This is part of a nationwide trend. In Georgia, 65,000 registrations were challenged recently, and in Michigan, more than 22,000 registrations were challenged in a single complaint. Establishing penalties for failure to review challenges timely would require local officials to prioritize reviewing these challenges, potentially diverting resources from their other duties and making it more difficult for them to focus on preparing for elections to ensure they run smoothly. Moreover, withholding funds from voter registrars is an ineffective way to promote compliance. Asking them to work faster while giving them fewer resources to help them complete the work sets them up to fail. The legislature continues to ban more and more of our local officials without providing them funding to help them comply with the new laws. Rather than penalizing voter registrars for delays in reviewing the influx of voter registration challenges, we should be supporting our county's efforts to administer elections effectively. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thanks for your testimony. Mr. Johnson, welcome back. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Ed Johnson. I'm here to testify myself. I am for the bill, 1938. When I started working in government, I started working for a great tax collector assessor named Paul Betancourt. And he gave me the task of director of voter registration and sent me off and said, make the office more efficient. And I came back and said, well, this is easy. We just need to follow the guidelines of the National Voter Registration Act. I said, they have guidelines in here about how you're supposed to maintain your voter roll. So we did that. We put together a bipartisan group of members. We went and advertised to the community and used other databases to find people that had moved and sent notices to them. This actually cut costs in the office tremendously by a third. The mailing certificates that you get every year, we have to pay for the returns that come back on those when they don't live there anymore. He cut that by 100,000 that came back from the previous year. And this by far helps the voter. When you get the voter registered at the correct address, then they're easier for them to go vote. The polling location that they need to go to is closer to their house. They're not on suspense. They don't have to fill out forms when they go in to vote. It's a much easier process, and by cleaning and maintaining your voter roll helps increase voter turnout.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Matthews, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Yes, I am for the bill, SB 1938, and because of the fact that the EA, I guess, forgets that that's their job. And maybe when people don't do their job, they shouldn't even get paid. Maybe he'll do it. So withholding funds from them, maybe they'll make him wake up and do what he's supposed to do. The oversight needs to go further on the way the EA conducts elections for not respecting the law. The voter roll has not been cleaned. I have voters getting voter cards at addresses they never applied at, deceased voters, voters that do not live at addresses, P.O. Box voter addresses. This causes voters to be able to vote at another county because they have 2 voting addresses. I had a friend that lives in Baytown and has 2 voting cards at different addresses and one that doesn't even one of his addresses at all. He showed me the voting card and just laughed about it, but that was several people have called and stated that. It's just not right that the registrar gets away with it. It needs to stop because of the fact that when they go vote, it is not going to be a good election because of the fact it's not going to be correct due to the fact that they can vote at several locations with different cards. So please hold the funds from them and let the state oversee it and stop this. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tom, thank you for your testimony today because you've testified several times. You found it almost impossible to get somebody off the roll, even though you knew this was somebody from personal experience that had deceased. True?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, the form assumes that the person is still alive. And there's nothing, it's like, well, what do you do now?
Well, that's why we have this bill. Andrew, please understand that this is not a part of a national trend. This is part of the fact that it took us 2 sessions to pass Senate Bill 1113. And we had at various times anywhere from 5,000 to 8,000 people registered at private P.O. boxes alone, over 100 at Waugh Drive, if I remember that address, and that the challenges that have been filed have been basically about that repeatedly, and that number has varied. It's about performance. It's not about a national trend. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Johnson, about the National Voting Rights Act, because that is the right path to cleaning up the voter rolls. And would you like to tell the committee how much it costs for a first-class postage or first-class anything to be returned, and that's why it's important to save money for the taxpayers on how much that is?
Yeah, so the process in correcting someone's address is you just mail them a voter confirmation notice, which is change of address card, and that goes out. You can send that out bulk mail. Nowadays, probably about 40 cents a piece. Then when you correct their address, then when you mail them the voter certificate, that goes out same way, about 40 cents a piece. But if they don't live there, it gets returned. It's 3 times that amount. It's about $1 on the return because you got to pay more for the return when you do a bulk mailing, which makes sense in a large county. So by cutting down on your returns, you reduce your costs tremendously. Plus, the returns, the action in the election code is you mail them a confirmation notice. So you can just beat it straight to the punch and identify these people, work the list like Alan and his group have done, work the list from the National Change of Address list, and you can identify these people and help them get their address fixed before the election and help them find the polls easier to go vote.
Senators, any other questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here. The chair now calls Lucy Traynor, Dr. Susanna Carranza, Emily E.B. French, and Elizabeth Barron. Lucy Traynor, Dr. Susanna Carranza, Emily E.B. French, and Elizabeth Barron. And those are all the witnesses we have registered wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1938. If anyone else is wishing to, please register at the kiosk outside. And welcome. Whenever you're ready, introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Yes, sir. My name is Emily E.B. French. I represent the Texas Civil Rights Project, and I am here to testify against SB 1938. We believe this bill will open the floodgates to a surge in unlawful voter registration challenges by vigilante groups. It would hold vital state voter registration funding hostage until county officials divert time, manpower, and resources to dispose of such challenges. In recent years, Texas has seen numerous attempts to intimidate voters through mass voter registration challenges that violate the law, in particular by challenging voters' registration without personal knowledge of the voter's registration status as required by the Election Code. For example, in 2018, one Harris County voter unlawfully attempted to challenge over 4,000 voter registrations. That voter was unable to show personal knowledge in even a single case, and the challengers were rejected, but not without significant county resources having to be expended on them first. Last year, a group filed at least 4,400 registration challenges in Harris County after they went door to door in neighborhoods across the county, including minority communities like Sunnyside, which is 88% Black. This group was obliging voters to sign declarations verifying their residences under penalty of perjury. We obtained a copy of those challenges via Public Information Act request. Our preliminary analysis discovered that at least 78% of the declarations accompanying the challenges contained some kind of formal defect, such as lacking the declarant's name, signature, or the date. SB 1938 would exacerbate this problem by incentivizing groups of these kind to continue targeting voters in minority neighborhoods, since registrars would have to deal with even the shoddiest challenges immediately to avoid losing funding. This bill would not make our voter registration rolls more accurate. It would do the opposite by encouraging thousands more flawed voter challenges while potentially cutting funding that counties use to keep the rolls up to date. County registrars already have a number of procedures in place to keep the voter rolls accurate. SB 1938 would hand the reins over to bad faith actors. We oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Ms. Trainer, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members. Lucy Trainer with the Republican Party of Texas. And we fully support 1938. We support 1938's expansion of withholding Chapter 19 funds when a voter registrar does not timely perform his or her duties relating to one's voter registration. In my personal role with the party over the last several months leading up to the general election, I have met many activists who spent a significant amount of their personal time simply trying to clean up the voter rolls in their counties, asking their registrar to take people off the rolls, some to the tune of tens of thousands. Clean voter rolls is a priority under Plank 242 of the party platform. Without accountability to the entire system, voter rolls will remain muddled with deceased and inactive voters. A few examples of this, some of these ladies couldn't be with us here today, but in Travis County, we have met an activist who has found 98,000 challenges total to the voter rolls in Travis County. 69,840 of those voters were in suspense, and it sounds like 707 of those 98,000 challenges have been addressed at this time. Also, McLennan County has a group of activists who have done voter roll cleaning, and they, at 30% of their 91 precincts, found 10,000 errors on the voter rolls. So it's significant, and we feel like this would add some accountability to the code. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trainer, for your testimony. Dr. Carranza, welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hi, I'm Dr. Susana Carranza. I'm testifying on my own behalf, and I oppose this bill. I do agree we want accurate voter rolls. It makes everybody's life easier. But penalizing the county for not being timely, especially, it's definitely like removing resources instead of helping in other ways. It's not going to help. One of the ways to keep the roles are accurate, is to really use ERIC, the interstate database. Because you can, when people move to a different stage, you can cross-reference and then remove folks that move. Because who really remembers to call their old state and say, oh, now I'm in this other state, and then just remove me from the role? So if we use ERIC, we will eliminate a lot of that. If we use more online voter registration, it's also easier to cross-reference because you're less likely to have misspellings or misinformation from when you get handwritten information. And that will make it easier to eliminate duplicates or like almost the same voters. To me, individuals showing up at people's doors, like we heard here before, to challenge their voting status, to me that is actually harassment. It's like you're showing the door and say, like, are you really registered to vote? And also, I have seen many voters that received suspense, even though they're not, there was no reason for them to be in suspense. Like at the polls, people will show up and say suspense, but they have not moved. They live in the same place. There was nothing there to be there. So I don't know if it was because there was some typo somewhere, but it's like if you want to clean things up, more online voter registration, more collaboration with DPS to make sure the information is cross-checked, and really use the interstate data, the ERIC, that many governments across the country decided that was a good idea to keep track. Those are things that we want to do to clean it up. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Members, any questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1938? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed. Bills not pending at this time. Chair lays that Senate Bill 1950 recognizes its author, Senator Bettencourt, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. The Texas legislature has set up 8 different criteria for signature verification committee and/or the early ballot board to review mail-in carrier envelopes to determine whether or not to accept or reject mail-in ballots in Texas Election Code 87.041B. The 8 criteria include requirements that the envelope must be properly executed. Neither the signature on the application or carrier envelope is determined to be that of another person. Identification number of the envelope matches the identification number on the voter registration application, etc. The initial instructions given to the Harris County Signature Verification Committee by the current Election Administrator's Office was that the committee was only supposed to compare the ID number on the envelope to the ID on the mail ballot application. They were also instructed not to compare the signatures. I want to go over that again so everybody hears. They were instructed not to compare signatures. Clearly, these instructions are a violation of the code. The election code. It's essentially useless to compare the ID number from the application and the mail ballot envelope. The only true verification is to compare the carry envelope information to the voter registrar's application. This activity opened the door for fraudulent ballots to be counted and diluting every voter. Now, I want to say in previous testimony, again, I want to point out in Harris County, the official count of all mail ballots voters is 64,259. The mail ballots returned in this election are only 54,952. There's a discrepancy of 9,307 more ballots counted than mail ballots returned. While there's been explanation of a lot of things, there's simply no explanation or supposition of fact that you're going to have an election administrator that is absolutely telling their signature verification committee to violate the law. And if they do, under this bill, it's creating a Class A misdemeanor. We have 2 invited speakers, Republican Party, Board Security Member Alan Vera and Karen Marshall, and she is still here. Karen, thanks for staying so late. But that's the chairman's line, sorry.
Thanks, Senator Bettencourt. Anybody, any questions for the author? All right. The chair calls Karen Marshall. And and Alan Vera. And then you're next.
Yes, they're both invited. Start with Karen.
Very good. Ms. Marshall, if you're ready, introduce yourself, give us your testimony, and you guys will be our invited witnesses. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm still Karen Marshall, and I served as the alternate judge of the Bexar County Early Voting Ballot Board for the November 2022 election. SB 1950 is necessary in order to make the requirements you have carefully crafted here as lawmakers to be followed at the county level. Because no, they aren't followed. Not all of them, and not in all counties. My experience has been in Bexar County, and in spite of our having one of the most experienced election administrators of any high population county, not all of the requirements are being followed. In many cases, this occurs in the interest of efficiency and saving time on the process. Tasks are delegated to employees of the election office. For example, in Bexar County, the ballot board clerks were not shown the applications, only the scanned signatures, so ballots went through without clerks seeing if a legal reason for voting by mail was provided. The clerks were left to rely on faith that the year-round employees somewhere in the building had done due diligence and taken care to confirm that before passing the mailed-in ballots to us. It was the same regarding provisional ballots. When I challenged unmatching signatures, I was told the Secretary of State said only ID numbers were needed. In case Bexar County ever has a less versed election administrator directing a less dedicated staff, we need Senate Bill 1950 implemented to spur adherence to the election code. All of it. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Vera, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying in strong support of Senate Bill 1950. I meet regularly with grassroots election integrity groups across the state by Zoom. The number of accounts of county election authorities taking liberties with the statutory processes defined for the Early Voting Ballot Board and SVC are legion, to use a biblical reference. A group from a county bordering mine reported last year they confronted their EA on his deviations from correct EVBB SVC processes. He reportedly replied as follows: well, there's no penalty for that in the code, so we're going to do it my way. How bad can it get? You've already heard from Senator Betancourt what happened in Harris County in November. The only thing he left out was he told them we're also not scanning both sides of the carrier envelope, so you won't be able to see all the information. Are you kidding me? Every ballot harvester in Harris County let out a loud hallelujah because they only had to match the ID on the ballot with the ID on the application. This is not an isolated or precedent-setting incident. For the November 2020 general election, an employee of the interim county clerk, an employee who would later become the county's first elections administrator, was going to host a Zoom training session during COVID for the Signature Verification Committee. She sent her PowerPoint presentation to the members of the committee in advance, and right there on one of the slides, big as Dallas, was the following instruction. You will only compare the signature on the carrier envelope to the signature on the mail ballot application. Another loud hallelujah from the ballot harvesters. The code clearly states the purpose of comparing the signatures is to ensure that the signature is that of the voter, and the SVC must have access to the voter's county registration records. At the same time, in that same election during the COVID years, Governor Abbott gave me a big headache because after extending early voting by an extra week, he increased the number of days for in-person drop-off of mail ballots from 1 day, election day per statute, to 62 days. The interim county clerk immediately informed the Signature Verification Committee that any mail ballots delivered in person would not go through the Signature Verification Committee, but go straight to opening and counting because it had already been checked at the curb. The county election authorities have to know that the legislature takes the mail ballot processing steps in a statute seriously. They have to know there's a penalty for not complying with what's in the code. Not every county has a ballot security committee to ride herd on these people. Not every county will be able to stop the infractions before they happen. So Senate Bill 1950 is necessary. It provides some teeth to prevent county election authorities from writing their own election code. Please give SB 1950 favorable consideration.
Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for Ms. Marshall, for Mr. Vera? Thank you both for your testimony. As we open public testimony, we'll call Robert Green, Andrew Hendrickson, Ed Johnson, Lucy Trainer, and Dr. Susanna Carranza. Looking for Robert Green, Ed Johnson, Andrew Hendrickson, Lucy Trainer, Susanna Carranza. Those are the only, all the remaining witnesses who've registered to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1950. So if you wish to, please make your way outside and register so we can hear from you. And Mr. Hendrickson, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chair Hughes and committee members. My name is Andrew Hendrickson. I represent the ACLU of Texas, and I'm testifying against SB 1950. This bill would impose yet another criminal penalty on elections officials that would deter qualified candidates from taking these jobs out of fear of politically motivated prosecutions. SB 1950 also would have a negative impact on Texas's mail-in ballot rejection rate, which was the highest in the country during the 2022 general election among states for which data was available. The bill would impose criminal liability for suspending, a term not defined in this legislation, a requirement related to accepting mail-in ballots. It does not, however, extend the same liability for rejecting a ballot that does meet all of the requirements. Accordingly, it incentivizes county clerks, election administrators, and early voting clerks to adopt a when in doubt, reject policy to ensure they will not be charged with the crime. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
And thanks for your testimony. Mrs. Trainer, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman, members. Lucy Trainer with the Republican Party of Texas. We fully support Senate Bill 1950 and its attempt to hold people accountable when administering mail-in ballots that are processed by our Signature Verification Committee and early voting ballot boards. Creating a Class A misdemeanor when suspending what should be the normal procedure for examining a ballot by mail carrier envelope is a logical next step if election code procedures are not followed. We believe this again adds accountability to the system and gives citizens recourse to hold bad actors accountable. Going back to our Protect the Vote program, we have met many activists who are extremely frustrated with their local Signature Verification Committee and early voting ballot board procedures when they were not properly followed. And there was very little recourse. We took the calls and did what we could, but very little recourse and a lot of frustration when it comes to this particular system. So this bill, again, is approved by the SREC Legislative Priorities Committee and additionally has the full support of the Republican Party of Texas.
Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Johnson, welcome back.
Johnson, I'm here testifying for myself for Senate Bill 1950. Simply break it down. The ballot board has, and signature verification has the job of approving whether or not a ballot is counted or not. They are the sole determining factor. They are the people that do this. The election administrator or county clerk's office is just a clerk. They're supposed to maintain and file the records. They're not supposed to do any of the jobs of the ballot board. So if they are doing that, they are breaking the code and the law, and there should be some penalty in it if they're doing that.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witnesses? Very good. Thank you each for being here. That's all the witnesses we have registered to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1950. Public testimony is closed. The bill is left pending at this time.
Turn you off. Turn her on.
Been here since this morning.
The chair now lays out Senate Bill 477. Senate Bill 477 recognizes its author, Senator Zaffarini, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members, Senate Bill 477 relates to accommodating voters with a disability. Members, current law allows accommodations for voters with mobility disabilities, such as priority voting at polling locations and curbside voting. These accommodations, however, are provided inconsistently across polling locations. Senate Bill 477 would ensure persons with mobility impairments receive some minimum accommodations throughout the state so they can participate in the democratic process without undue burden. Generally, Senate Bill 477, as filed, would require election officers to provide priority in the voting order to persons with substantially impaired mobility, ensure descriptions of procedures and accommodations available for voters with disabilities, and the official application form for an early voting ballot are posted on the county clerk's website, and specify that a polling place must reserve 2 curbside voting parking spaces for voters who cannot enter the polling place. There is a committee substitute, Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to send up at this time.
Chair lays out the committee substitute, recognizes Senator Zaffarini to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members, the committee substitute differs from Senate Bill 477 as filed in that it would remove a requirement that the signs placed at the reserved parking spots for voters with mobility impairments include the telephone number of the election official at the polling place. We heard that not everybody has a designated telephone number, so we are removing that requirement. And that is all the bill does, and I do have one witness I invited who has been here since early this morning.
Thank you, Senator. Members, any questions for Senator Zaffarini? Very well.
Yes, Dennis Burrell.
The chair calls Dennis Burrell. Invited testimony. Mr. Burrell, have a seat. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Dennis Burrell, Coalition of Texans with Disabilities, for the bill. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Senators.
And get a little closer to the mic so we can.
Yes, of course. So, definitely in favor of this bill. We would point out that these accommodations already exist in law. So we see this bill as making better on-site practice of accommodations you've already approved. Let me lay out the one about people with mobility impairments having the courtesy of being allowed to, if you will, cut in line. Now, I know that 98% of voters in Texas would simply step aside for an older adult or younger person in a wheelchair and let them go ahead. But the fact is, there might be that 1% out there that's going to complain about it. Right now, it's the poll worker who has to make the call. This bill would change it so the call is made in statute, and it could avoid some confrontations into the future. Regarding the parking spaces for curbside voting, it is important to know that permanent accessible parking spaces are only for people with disabilities. Curbside voters might be showing up with small children in the car, maybe a sick child, maybe a family elder who voted with the mail-in ballot and had to accompany the younger voter to the poll. So it's not the same thing. So it is very important. Also, the ability to see a phone number to call in so the curbside voting mechanism can be brought to you. And by the way, that there was a court injunction last year to actually state that that should happen. There's some better information on websites, and I would close by saying that ease of access for voting for people with disabilities is dependent on accommodations, and Senate Bill 477 makes better accommodations in practice. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Members, any questions for the witness? Thanks for being here.
You bet. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
We'll open public testimony. The chair calls the following witnesses: Alan Vera, Lauren Gherkin, Veronica Warms, Hyder Garcia, Rosemary Clouston. We have Alan Vera looking for Lauren Gherkin, Veronica Warms, Hyder Garcia, Rosemary Clouston, and Ed Johnson. Mr. Garcia will show you as not wishing to testify. Thank you. So we're looking for Veronica Warms, Rosemary Clouston, Ed Johnson, and Bill Sargent. Mr. Sargent, there he is. And Susanna Carranza, Dr. Carranza. And the chair calls Valerie DeBill and Tia Boyd. So we have some of these witnesses already. We're looking for Alan Vera, Lauren Gherkin, Veronica Warms, Rosemary Clouston, Ed Johnson, Bill Sargent, Tia Boyd. Mr. Sargent, looks like you're up first. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Once again, I'm still Bill Sargent, former Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections from Galveston County. Senator, I'm a bit confused about your bill. You say you want to have 2 parking places reserved, but not for disabled voters. And then you say you want the people who are unable to enter the polling location to park in those places. Are you talking about curbside voting? Is that what you're talking about? 'Cause I was confused. Is that what you're talking about? Okay. Having run elections for many years in Galveston County, we rejected locations that didn't have adequate parking for all voters, not just handicapped or for curbside voting. If the election office is doing its job and doing it correctly, that's one of the things they're going to look at. That's going to make the decision. If I'm reading the bill correctly, any person who says they need to do a curbside vote gets head-of-the-line privileges. During the pandemic, we had people who wanted to do curbside voting because they were fearful of contacting COVID. I'm not sure we want to give head-of-the-line privileges to some of these folks. Instead of mandating it, I'd recommend we consider letting the judge in the polling location look at the circumstances and use their own discretion and their own judgment as to what is best to do. Some people, that's true, you ought to give them head-of-the-line privileges, but not necessarily mandate it for everybody. I have no problem with the bill with the bill saying you need to post, all the entrances, what's available. But I might mention to you that our experience is about 95 of the people who go to a polling place don't read what's posted. So you might want to keep that in mind. That's all I got. Hope that's helpful.
All right. Ma'am, please state your name, whom you represent, and you're recognized.
Sure thing. My name is Veronica Worms, and I'm representing the Texas Civil Rights Project. We are for the bill. Chair Hughes, Vice Chair Paxton, and members of the Senate State Affairs Committee, I am here to testify in support of SB 477. At the Texas Civil Rights Project, we help run the nonpartisan election protection hotline, 866-OUR-VOTE. Every election, we get hundreds of calls from voters with disabilities trying to cast a ballot, including many reports from voters from across the state who report trouble with curbside voting access. This bill would require all counties to post signs informing voters on how to access curbside voting. Many voters in Texas do not know that curbside voting must be offered at every polling place. If there are no signs providing proper notification and instructions, voters with disabilities will not necessarily know that they can request curbside. Without signs, even voters who know that they can request it may not know how. Voters across Texas struggle to access curbside every election. Our 2021 curbside voting report told the story of one of our volunteers who saw a voter in a wheelchair trying to enter a polling place that had no ramps or curb cuts. The polling place had no signs about how to vote curbside. Lack of signage was such a problem in 2020 that TCRP sought and won a court order requiring Bexar County to post curbside signs in conspicuous places at every polling location. Requiring counties to display these signs would be a simple fix to a widespread and persistent problem. We've heard from many voters who struggle to find the appropriate parking place to vote curbside. Marking those spots clearly would be a huge help to voters with disabilities. Curbside voting is a crucial aspect of disability access in Texas. SB 477 would make sure that voters who need curbside are able to use it. We ask you to report this bill favorably. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Vera, good to see you again. You're recognized.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying on SB 477. We are in spirit totally with this bill, and thank Senator Saffarini for continuing her defense of those who need extra assistance. But I'm here to bring you a dose of reality. In 2018, Harris County was sued by the Department of Justice for violations of the ADA Act because of our polling locations. We signed a consent decree in 2019. The very terms that outlined in this bill for the parking are exactly in the Harris County Elections Operations Manual and the training manual for every judge. We're supposed to be doing this. How well has it worked? Not well. Two reasons. Facility manager. Whether it's a privately held building or a public building, the facility managers believe that no one can tell them that they have to rearrange their parking spaces, put up different signage, or do anything else beyond tolerate us having people come into that building to vote. If we legislate cooperation for publicly owned facilities, we might get some improvement. If we force compliance in privately owned facilities, we'll lose the use of those facilities for future elections. It's tough. We're totally with you on this. You can leave that section of the bill in, it's fine, but just know that without some reinforcing requirements, some kind of leverage in other parts of the code, that part of the bill is going to be honored in only some locations, not anywhere close to what you're looking for. Thanks for the time.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Sir, you're recognized. Please state your name, whom you represent.
Ed Johnson. I'm here to testify for myself, and I'm against the bill. I think this bill will do a real danger to possible election judges, opening them up to possible ADA violations. The bill says that the election judge is supposed to go out and mark off 2 spots for handicapped voters. In my book, when you're making a parking place for a handicapped voter, that's an ADA parking spot that you're putting a sign up saying, handicapped people can vote here. Election judges aren't trained to go out and make handicapped parking spaces in a parking lot. And the materials they would need are astronomical. I mean, you're going to have to restripe the parking lot because the ADA spots are actually wider than a normal spot. You have to have a van access lane. The sign that you have to put up has to be a permanent sign. Can't be a temporary sign that could blow over in a windstorm or anything like that to be the ADA compliant. So there are already ADA compliant parking places in polling locations at facilities that facility passed the ADA regulations. But asking an election judge to go make ADA parking places, I think puts them in real danger of possibly violating the ADA rules. I think we should really think about that.
All right, thank you. Members, questions of the panel? All right, hearing and seeing none, thank you all for joining us today. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to provide public testimony on, for, or against Senate Bill 477 by Senator Zaffirini? All right. Hearing and seeing none, public testimony is closed. We'll leave the bill pending. You are welcome, Senator Zaffirini. Senator Springer here. Chairman told me that he was next.
There he is.
All right. Okay, give me my bill and my witnesses.
What is
Springer's.
I'm sorry, it was
924.
Sure, you think you're okay.
924.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members.
Hold on. All right, Chair lays out Senate Bill 924 and recognizes the sponsor, Senator Springer, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, and I'm glad we're saving taxpayers money. I'm assuming we're sending Senator Betancourt a rental lease bill for this evening, but anyway, I told him I would say it. Senate Bill 924 is really looking to help us in being able to hold elections where currently there's no facilities inside certain precincts to be able to hold it. And so we have a cap of 5,000. But I've got one, and this is numerous places throughout the state, so it's not specific just to my district. Frisco Lakes in Denton County is a retirement community. It has literally about 5,000 voters in that precinct. They have no place to hold an election that will allow them to hold it. The HOA won't allow them to hold political events in their building, and so they have to leave the precincts. So what this bill does is allows counties with population below 1.2 million to be able to combine precincts up to 10,000 registered voters in a single polling location. So it more adequately serves the voters of Texas. And that is what the bill does, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, Senator Springer has a substitute. Senator Paxton sends up committee substitute. Chair recognizes Senator Springer to explain the difference.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The substitute takes away the floor of $150,000 as a provision to clarify that if there is no facility available, how they handle that polling facility, and it takes away the effective statement and replaces with September 1st of 2023. And that is the difference.
Members, questions of the author? All right, hearing and seeing none, we'll move to public testimony. Chair calls, well, members, there is a resource witness, Christina Atkinson from the Texas Secretary of State's office is here, if anybody has requested the resource witness. If not, Chair calls Robert L. Green. Leave her name up there, though. Leave her name there. Eric Opiella, Ed Johnson, Bill Sargent, and Valerie DeBill. Again, Robert Green, Eric Opiella, Ed Johnson, Bill Sargent, and Valerie DeBill. All right. We'll let those other folks kind of make their way here if they are here. Sir, you're recognized. You know the drill. Please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes.
I'm still Bill Sargent, former Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections from Galveston County, and I'm testifying on the bill. I want to ensure that there are no unintended consequences. As I told your staff, the countywide vote center process, you determine the minimum number of polling locations you're required to have based on how many precincts you have. And so if you combine precincts, I want to make sure that you're aware that you might be opening up a situation where you would then be reducing further the number of countywide vote centers. Now, you're allowed to go down to 50% max. So you have to have at least 50% of how many precincts you have. So you might want to look at that. I don't know how you deal with that. Maybe you exclude countywide vote center counties from this, because if you're using countywide vote centers, you don't really need to combine precincts. But just wanted you to be aware of that issue. And I want to commend your staff. They've been very good in working with us, but there's still an issue out there. Okay?
All right. Thank you, sir. Sir, you're
Ed Johnson, here testifying for myself, and I'm for Senate Bill 924. It's a great bill. This is something that occurs quite often. You have in fast-growing counties, and especially since we have everybody from California moving to Texas, you have communities that will sprout up and grow quicker than the school district can build a school in the neighborhood. So you're going to have neighborhoods of over 3,000 or 4,000 people, and they don't have any place to have a poll in the neighborhood. So this gives you the ability to combine those. The current election code does not allow this, but there's no way in the world when you're doing precinct voting that you cannot give a precinct a polling location. So you have to do this combo. So your bill just fixes the law where people are not breaking it all the time. Mr. Sargent, I saw the committee sub. Your committee sub actually fixed what Bill Sargent was talking about. You have in there where you can only combine precincts that do not have a polling location. You have a strict list of what those what those facilities are. So you're not going to be able to combine every precinct in the county. You're only going to be able to do ones where they're fast growth and you don't have a school built in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Members, questions of the panel? Yes, sir.
Senator,
Sargent.
I took one quick look at the substitute. I'm not sure it does, in fact, deal with the issue that I mentioned to you. So just be careful of that. That's all I want. Okay? Thank you.
Members, questions of the panel? All right. Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hoorah.
Hold on. Give me the three names that
Oh, you want?
that way I can give them a last chance. You don't, just because they don't answer, we don't cut them out quick. Chair calls again Robert Green, Eric Opiella, and Valerie DeBill. I do not see them. Is there anyone else wishing to provide testimony on, for, or against Senate Bill 924? Hearing and seeing none, public testimony is closed. We'll leave the bill pending. Senator Springer, you have another bill, I believe, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let me have the clerk populate it here real quick, and then I'll recognize you here in just a moment. All right. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1807 by Senator Springer and recognizes the author to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. The election law rules and processes that we have in place, we hold sacred. In the 87th legislature, we prohibited any elected or election officers or officials from being able to alter the election law. Yet election laws are still being altered by officials. The bill amends the election code to require the Secretary of State to order a public official or election official to correct their election violations through a written notice. Refusal can result in a civil penalty of $1,000 a day, and it increases to $5,000 a day after that standpoint. And the Attorney General can recover those civil penalties, and the fine goes to general revenue. I do have a committee sub.
Members, Senator Springer has a committee substitute. Senator Paxton sends up committee substitute. Chair recognizes Senator Springer to explain the difference.
And the only thing it is the number one reason we have committee subs. It is a legislative council version of the original bill as filed.
All right. Members, questions of Senator Springer? All right. I have one. If I may, Senator, is the penalty, the financial penalty, to be paid by the violating officer or the election official out of personal funds, or is it a public expense of the tax-paying entity's funds?
I believe it is out of the taxpayer, out of the public funds. And I'll double check that, but that is my understanding.
It can go against the official themselves, or it can be paid by the county. It doesn't matter. It's how the county wants to deal with it, is what my understanding is.
It appears it can actually go either way, that it can either be paid by the official that violates or the county as they determine.
Okay, so it could be a public or a private debt.
That's correct.
As the Commissioner's Court would make that determination, or would it be, if it's a municipal election, is it?
Well, on page 2, it says a person is liable to the state for a civil penalty of $1,000 for each day after the second day following the receipt of written notice that the public official or elected officials fail to take affirmative action to comply with the corrective action identified by the Secretary of State.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Members, any other questions of Senator Springer? All right. Hearing and seeing none, we'll move to public testimony. Chair calls Alan Vera, Robert Green, Jamila English, Ed Johnson, and Debbie Adams. Alan Vera, Robert Green, Jamila English, Ed Johnson, and Debbie Adams. Who's the resource? And we still have our resource witness, Christina Atkins, with us. Again, Alan Vera, Robert Green, Jamila English, Ed Johnson, and Debbie Adams. All right, sir, if you would start, you're recognized.
Ed Johnson, I'm here for myself, and I'm for, what's the bill number?
1807.
1807, Senate Bill 1807. Without some kind of enforcement to the election code, you really don't have a law. Going back to your Senator Springer's bill before, where we came up here several times because Harris County always broke the law of combining precincts. You had to provide a polling location for them, so you had to combine these precincts together to have, legislators tell us, well, there's no penalty in the law. What does it matter? So without a penalty, there really is no enforcement to the law. So this penalty is a good thing to do. It makes people follow the law.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Thank you. My name is Debbie Adams, and I'm a resident of Hays County. I'm Section 4, Article 6 of the Texas Constitution calls for preserving the integrity of the ballot box. Our Constitution also calls for sequentially numbered ballots, And in addition, we have a Texas election code. It's nearly impossible to ensure election integrity when our Constitution and the TEC is constantly trampled by waivers. I am absolutely in favor of this bill as long as the fines are coming out of the pocket of the individual offending.
All right. Thank you. Members, questions of the panel? All right. Hearing and seeing none. Thank you all for joining us today. Chair calls Alan Vera, Robert Green, and Jamila English. If you are not here, we will leave you registered with your respective registrations. Chair also calls Laura Presley, Dr. Presley, Susan Carranza, and Jack Finger. Dr. Presley, you've been here a long time today, just like most of our witnesses. And Mr. Finger, Susan Carranza. Is Susan here? All right. With that,
Got some
Dr.
handouts.
Presley,
If
you
you
are
could just
recognized.
give her a second, if you don't mind. There we go. Thank you.
Dr. Presley, you're recognized whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Senator Springer, for this bill. This is a very good bill, and I'm really grateful for it. It is more of what I would call a tactical bill, where it's trying to deal with the situation in the moment. You have in the bill that if the person doesn't respond to the SOS within 2 days, then there's all this other stuff that happens. So that would apply to early vote. It really wouldn't work for election day issues, because the second day things are over. So I want you to think about that, maybe shortening that time frame, because it only really is effective for early vote, things that are going on early vote. The second thing is I'd like you to consider putting some checks and balances. We've got waivers, and all due respect to the Secretary of State's office and the Attorney General's office, we've got waivers of election law right now going on for ballot numbering, for audit logs of the central accumulator, and that's what's in your handout, and also waivers that have tried to obstruct watchers from looking at results tapes because watchers are not auditors. So we need a checks and balance on the Secretary of State, and I proposed this earlier, that maybe consider a legislative council that would be an appeal process of the executive branch. Okay, so I want you to consider that, because we've had issues. There's plenty of statutes right now in the election code that say the Secretary of State can't waive this law. Those are there because the Secretary of State has waived law. So we need some kind of check and balance to the SOS. All due respect to them, but I just think that's a good balance. I'd like you to consider that. Bless you for this. This is really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Presley. Mr. Finger, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair, other members of the committee, once again, my name is Jack M. Finger from San Antonio. Yes, a little while ago, I testified on SB 1039, offered by Mr. Betancourt. You may recall I talked about it. It was as good as far as it went, but like I say, it provided a mechanism to hold county election officers to law by giving the Secretary of State authority to investigate violations of the election law. Of course, I mentioned that the question remains, what happens if the Secretary of State violates the law? What happens if the state Supreme Court doesn't do its job in taking election cases and providing constitutional guidance to the parties via an emergency mandamus case? Similar situation with this one right here. The only difference here is that this one allows for a more immediate remedy. You have the 1039 is for a long-term situation. 1807 will help you on that very election day, and assuming something can be done that very same day for a remedy where you see election irregularities, election violations. Yes, I think that would help, but once again, you've got to clean it up a bit and add the safeguards that it's missing here. So basically, I just want to tell you that they're almost exactly the same thing, but this one has its role in that it is more immediate. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witnesses? Thank you both for being here. Thanks for your testimony. Anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1807? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed and the bill is left pending at this time. Senator Springer, thank you for your patience. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 1705, and recognizes its author, Senator Middleton, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have a committee substitute as well.
The chair lays out the committee substitute, Senate Bill 1705, and recognizes Senator Middleton to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, Senate Bill 1705 is a increasing voter access bill. And so basically what this committee substitute does is it requires a primary for parties that receive between 2 to 20% on the ballot. Because we all know right now, any party that receives more than 20% total election results in a gubernatorial election has to conduct a primary. So current law has created a confusing two-tiered nominating system. Established parties who have at least 20% of the gubernatorial vote participate in a traditional primary process, one of which we're all very familiar with. That's Democrat and Republican, how we all got here. But smaller parties use a convention system to nominate their candidates for general elections. And by bypassing primary elections, smaller parties rob Texas voters of the opportunity to properly vet candidates for office. Small party candidates simply go straight to the general election ballot by a convention based on the nominating process that's very obscure, has too few participants, and no direct voter input at the ballot box. Additionally, by law, you may only vote in one primary or one convention. So we have a very poor handle right now on who exactly is participating in those conventions for some of the smaller parties. Senate Bill 1705 corrects this issue by requiring all parties to participate in a primary election if they had a candidate for statewide office who received at least 2% of their overall vote for that office at least once in the past 5 general elections. So right now, if a party's candidate receives 20% or more, as I said earlier, you're automatically having to do a primary, and all this does is extend that from 20% down to 2% of the primary vote. This bill requires a primary for any party getting more than 2% in a statewide election, and smaller parties that cannot meet that 2% threshold under this bill would still be allowed and continue to do their traditional convention process. The committee substitute corrects some drafting errors and some of the other changes that I laid out about extending the required primary down to 2%. And I believe that Senate Bill 1705 will increase transparency for Texas voters and will treat all large and small party candidates for public office equally at the ballot box. We're requiring that parties that meet these thresholds conduct primaries, just like Democrats and Republicans do, on the same day, at the same time, which is the first Tuesday in March. And also, this bill fits with one of the reasons that we've heard behind the filing fees. So we've heard the argument that the filing fees are there to offset the cost of the primary, which conforms with the Supreme Court decision from 2020, which spelled that out. So what this bill does is it just conforms it with that argument. And with that, Mr. Chairman and members, I yield for questions.
Thank you, Senator. Members, any questions for the author? Very well. We'll open the testimony on Senate Bill 1705. The chair calls Ed Johnson. And the chair calls Arthur DiBianca, Elizabeth Miller, Kevin Hale, And the chair calls Linda Curtis. Linda Curtis. All right, welcome, and we'll keep our custom going. We'll go from right to left, and introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Arthur DiBianca. I'm representing myself and the Libertarian Party of Travis County, and I'm speaking against the bill. I should say that I did not have information about the committee substitute, so I'm not clear right now on exactly what applies to what, so I'm going to give my testimony based on the original version of the bill. The Libertarian Party has been on the Texas ballot since 1986, and we have always made our nominations by convention. And just to be clear, we do want to keep making our nominations by convention. We do not want to be required to use primary elections. In some other states, the Libertarian Party is required to nominate by primary election, but in those states, the primary process is very different. The state government administers everything, and the political parties have minimal duties. In some cases, the candidates even file directly with the state government. Now, in Texas, the political parties themselves are responsible for administering and even financing the primary elections. It's an enormous administrative undertaking, and it requires a lot of resources, to say the least, and many, many experienced personnel throughout the state. The Libertarian Party is simply not in a position to manage a primary election. We cannot do it. We are a much smaller organization, and we have far, far fewer personnel than the Republican and Democratic parties, and none of our personnel have any experience managing a primary. In addition to placing this burden on the smaller political parties, this bill would increase the burden on Texas taxpayers, and it would also lead to new logistical problems. For example, I understand that there are polling locations that do not have the physical space for 3 or more groups of primary election workers. So, respectfully, we ask you not to support the bill, and thank you for your attention.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman Hughes and members. My name is Linda Curtis. I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Independent Voters of Texas. I am on the bill, and the League of Independent Voters is a 501c4 membership association for non-aligned voters here in Texas. The self-identified independents are approximately 3.8 million voters. Frankly, we don't really understand your legislation, respectfully, Senator Middleton, though we do have sympathy for trying to treat all political parties equally. It's not a bad idea. The fiscal note that was posted, I guess it was last night, states that the author cannot say how much it will cost because it can, quote, you cannot determine due to uncertainty over the number of political parties that would be required to hold primary elections, unquote. And I really have a hard time believing that the legislature is going to want to shell out $40 to $50 million to pay for the Libertarian Party, the Green Party, the No Labels Party, the Forward Party, the Constitution Party, and the Texas Independent Party, and Lord knows who else would want to hold primaries if we were going to pay for them. So don't get me wrong, we love electoral competition, that's why we exist, but chaos is not what we're looking for here. I must ask the author if you have actually met with the people affected by this legislation. I think they would help you try to get where you're going, perhaps. The reason we have a different process for minor parties and new parties is to give them some footing to prove themselves, to prove their viability. It takes time to do that. This is very complicated stuff. If you rush it, you're going to botch it, and it's going to backfire on you, and you will not get what you want. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Hughes, Chairman Hughes, excuse me.
and the rest of you senators, I appreciate y'all being here and listening to our testimony all day long. I'm going to speak directly to the fiscal note on this. If the 6 parties that she just listed were to participate in the primary, you're looking at adding a $54 million tab to the taxpayers. And I don't think that's fair that you're burdening taxpayers with private political organizations' operations. And I rest the rest of my time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead with your testimony.
Thank you for your time today. My name is Elizabeth Miller. I am testifying on my own behalf. I happen to be a lawyer, and I happen to be somebody who's volunteered with ballot board and signature verification committees. I also happen to be a member of a minor party, the Libertarian Party of Texas. In that process, I've learned, I'm not an expert on the Texas election code. I don't know who is. It's pretty complicated. But I have had some benefit of that experience, and then I have some people I can call on that I did call on to ask them, what would this look like, right? I talked to Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, and then apolitical people at the county who administer our elections. And I guess if I could summarize their response, it would probably be this: how's that going to work? And I think I share their concern. I think there's transpartisan concern about making this work. As you guys know, but some Texans may not, administering elections is very complicated and expensive. And even with their sheer size and strength and money, Democrats and Republicans struggle to pull it off, to staff, to find locations. And I think this well-intentioned could create a lot of chaos in trying to pull it off. In Tarrant County, we're great. We have great talent, but it's still hard to pull off, and we would need to spread that equipment out. We would need to spread all the manpower out. And I think this would, we heard today from somebody on the countywide voting that we didn't quite think it all the way through last time. And I fear that this idea isn't quite ripe. Its time has not quite come from talking to people who administer these things, that this hasn't been thought through. It could be a real problem.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Johnson, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Go ahead with your testimony.
Yes, Ed Johnson. I'm here testifying for myself, and I'm for the bill 1705. So one of the big problems that we always had in the Harris County Clerk's office was when you have these conventions after the primaries, you end up with people that have participated in a primary participating in a convention too. And that person is actually voting twice, because you can only vote in one political party's convention/primary. Unfortunately, a lot of these candidates get on the ballot with petitions, and many of these petition signers come from the convention, and they would be removed from the ballot after the ballot's already been made, which causes a huge problem. Then, secondly, actually candidates from both of these parties sometimes vote in one of the two primary elections, and we have to end up removing candidates from the ballots. If all of these were at the same time, it would solve the problem of, having people being able to vote twice or be able to participate in two different systems at the same time. The financing or running of this election would be real simple. I would say 85% of the voters in Texas have an election administrator and are on countywide voting right now. And they do joint primaries. So these parties would just join into that joint primary election and be a part of the joint primary that the county would be running. So really very little impact at all as far as running an election for 85% of the voters of Texas.
Thanks for your testimony. Senator Middle, do you have questions?
Yeah, thank you, Ed. Yeah, so with the committee sub, it significantly reduces the cost because it only includes a mandatory primary for the existing threshold to be on the ballot. So, in 2019, we lowered that from 5% to 2%, which I supported. So this just matches that 2% number as the trigger to be listed on the ballot and to statewide ballot, and also to have to run a primary. But the estimate that I saw, which would only apply at this point, the bill would only apply to the Greener and Libertarian parties, is about $10 million.
Okay. I think you could probably do it for less than that because, like I said, election administrators, most every election administrator I know requires a joint primary. Right now, where the Republican and Democratic Party are on the same ballot, like you do for early voting. And, they're doing countywide elections, and they're all on electronic voting machines. So it's another party is just another ballot style that they create. And you're another person to check in on the electronic poll book. So it's a fairly simple process to add another party to the election. And they would all be part of the same election and share the cost.
Right. Thank
you. Senators, any other questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair now calls Dr. Susana Carranza, Whitney Bilyeu, and Liz Case Pickens. Again, Dr. Susana Carranza, Whitney Bilyeu, and Liz Case Pickens. And those are the last three witnesses that are registered to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1705. If anyone else wishes to, please make your way down here so that we can get you registered and get you testified. And so, welcome. And I'll let you get set up there whenever you're ready. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
All right, thank you. As my colleagues mentioned, we didn't have the benefit of
give us your name, too.
I'm sorry. My name is Whitney Bilyeu, and I serve as the chair of the Libertarian Party of Texas, and I'm representing the party and myself. Not having the benefit of this amendment or this substitution, I'll have to alter my statement a little bit, but I'm still speaking in opposition. Mr. Chairman, I speak today in opposition of this bill largely in large part due to the countless unanswered questions, as some of my colleagues already alluded to, but also due to the potential conflict with other proposed bills, existing legislation, administrative concerns that could impact due process and equal protection, as well as significant financial impact to the taxpayers, which I believe you just tried to address. I would also like to note that no one associated with this proposed bill consulted or even contacted me, the chair of the largest, third largest, and fastest growing ballot qualified political party in Texas. This move without conference is gratuitously disrespectful. The Libertarian Party, LP Texas, has been a political party since January of 1972 with consistent ballot access since 2004 and most of the time prior. We are ballot qualified through 2032 as it stands now under current laws that were just enacted 4 years ago. We've been nominating our candidates for the general election without the state's help for half a century. There are administrative concerns here. I know that you guys just tried to address some of those, but you did mention that this would require all of the primaries to take place on the same day at the same time. So probably then joint ones. And I have concerns about who would be appointing the election judges and clerks and whether or not the Libertarian Party would be able to truly be represented there. Mr. Chairman, I'll close by noting that political parties are private organizations. They are not organs of the government, at least not in this country, and therefore the government should not be dictating their internal operations or nomination processes, and taxpayers should not be paying for them.
Thanks for your testimony. Members, any questions for the witness? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And that's the last witness we have registered to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1705. And public testimony is closed. Bill's left pending at this time. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 1661. Senators, this bill prohibits a central counting station from purchasing or using a ballot scanner unless that scanner is only capable of using a storage device such as a thumb drive that can be used only once. If the device's data is changed, then the device shall be unreadable. This would provide additional measure of security and ensure that the data storage device can't be overridden or have the vote data changed once the data is initially entered. This is what was intended to be done last session in Senate Bill 1. There's been some misunderstanding of the scope, and so Senate Bill 1661 seeks to clarify this was limited to the storage device only. That's what the bill does, and I'll yield for your questions. Christina Atkins is here. Does anyone need to hear from her as the resource witness from the Secretary of State's office? Very well. We'll open public testimony, and the chair calls Robert Green, Hyder Garcia, Ed Johnson, Marcia Strickler, James Keller. And the chair calls Dr. Laura Presley, Valerie DeBill, Susanna Carranza, Jack Finger, Liz Case Pickens. All right, welcome. I think it's welcome back for everyone. Hello again. Introduce yourself again for the record. Give us your testimony.
Last bill of the night.
Almost.
Oh, last one for me. I'm Marcia Strickler, Williamson County, and Senator Hughes and senators, thank you for this wonderful bill. The protection primarily affects absentee ballots, which represents about 5 or 10%, to my knowledge in our county anyway, of the ballots scanned at central count using the DS-850, which we use ES&S equipment. The same protections for write once media, which I'm not familiar with a thumb drive that's write once. I've not ever seen it, but I'm sure it exists if you have it in here. Should be required and applied to the other 90% of the ballots that are scanned at the polls using the DS-200. So we should be focusing on protecting all ballots in all situations, and a write once media should be in the DS-200 at the polling locations as well as at central count on the 850s. Therefore, please consider an amendment to Section 122.001, Voting System Standards, to protect all ballots using a data storage device that, once written, is incapable of being modified. I think that this will make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Garcia, welcome back. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you. Again, also last bill of the night for me. Hyder Garcia, testifying on behalf of the Texas Association of Elections Administrators. We just want to go on record, say we support this bill, and we appreciate the clarification of the language that was, we believe was really needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Keller, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
My name is James Keller from Hays County. What do we love about paper records? They're tamper evident. And it seems to me that maybe this write once media is also tamper evident. So why not apply it to all of the records in our elections? I think it'd be fantastic. This moves the electronic ballot record into a higher tier of security. What's not to like? I have one question, and it actually triggers memories of weird situations around the state with regard to these so-called security serial numbers. We got this tape that has some unique serial number on it, and it's tamper evident. You put it on the machines to seal them to show you that no one has gotten in. And I say, what's to stop a crook from saying, hey, give us 4 copies of every serial number? And that way we can take the thing off, we can open it up, alter the votes, put a new one on with the same number, and who's to know the difference? I don't know what can be added to this to beef up that aspect, but I feel that the so-called security seals are worthless. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Dr. Presley, welcome back. Introduce yourself again and go ahead with your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Hughes and senators on this committee. Thank you for all your effort tonight and today. And I'm in concurrence with Ms. Watson here. If you think about the scanners at Central Count, those are the absentee scanners, and that's about 5% to 10% of the total ballots cast in an election. The other 90% are cast at the polls during early vote and election day in person. So our recommendation is that this Write Once media also applies to those ballot scanners that are the other 90% of the vote. And I've got a picture in here because I know it's sometimes hard for people to understand that are not at Central Count what those scanners look like versus the scanners at the polls. So I've got a picture here. Both systems should have this protection, especially the 10% and the 90%. We've got a recommendation for modifying and adding an amendment to this. And this should just be in the voting system standards section of the code where it says it can only use Write Once media for all ballot scanners. That makes sense. This is critical so that the vote is not tampered with, that the ballot images are not changed, that the vote results that are on those memory sticks that are in these scanners stay the way the scanner counted them initially, the way the vote was cast by the voter. So I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Presley. Mr. Finger, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair and other members of the committee, I am Jack M. Finger from San Antonio. Folks, this is a good bill. In fact, it is a darn good bill. And I don't say that just to flatter Senator Hughes. We like any ballot scanners that only use a data storage device on which information, once written, is incapable of being modified without rendering the device unreadable. Yes, we like systems that you just go kaput when it becomes obvious that somebody has tampered with it. Quite frankly, Senator, this thing is so good, it shouldn't just be used at Central County where just 5 or 10% of ballots go. It should be used at all the other polling locations. Yes, we wish you'd modify this and put it at 100% of them there. We like devices that stop election fraud in its tracks. This one appears to do that very thing. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of the witnesses on this panel? Thank you each for being here, staying up with us. And the chair calls Ed Johnson. Now, we previously called Mr. Johnson and ran out of chairs, so come on down. Ed, Dr. Susanna Carranza, Valerie DeBill, Liz Case Pickens. And as Mr. Johnson takes his seat, I'll ask, is there anyone present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1661? Mr. Johnson, you are recognized. Give us your name again and give us your testimony. Welcome back.
Ed Johnson, testifying for myself, and I'm for the bill number 1661. This is a great bill. And I like it that we're including devices, and there are many thumb drives that you can disable the write function on now. That's a pretty standard technology and software, and it disables them from ever being written to again after you do it. So to have some device like that would just supplement what's already currently being used on the election equipment. Wouldn't cost the counties any more money beside buying a new thumb drive for each election for their scanners. And then also, I think, look at the language in here, because I thought this was a great bill last session, but we need to focus on exactly what we're capturing. And I would say it's the cast vote record that you want to capture. So I would suggest putting into the code that, into the legislation that we say we're capturing the cast vote record.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Senators, any questions for Mr. Johnson? Very well. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson is the last witness who's expressed an interest in testifying on, for, or against Senate Bill 1661. Therefore, public testimony is closed. Bills left pending at this time. And for the final bill of the evening, the chair lays out Senate Bill 694. 694. And members, thank you for, again, bless you for staying around and considering 694 related to liability protections for security personnel at religious organizations. As we're all too familiar, mass shootings unfortunately have become more common in our society. Of course, even today, hearing what happened out of Nashville, schools and churches are often targets of these attacks. In Texas, we have grieved the horrific school shootings at Santa Fe and Uvalde, and the attack on First Baptist Church, Sutherland Springs, and Senator Saffarini's district, the most deadly mass shooting in Texas history, leaving 26 dead and 22 wounded, if my numbers are correct. There are different ways that we can support our schools and our places of worship. One of those is to ensure that they have adequate liability protections for their security programs. Last session, we passed House Bill 1788 by Representative Hefner. That was the companion to my Senate Bill 534 to clarify liability protections for public schools that use safety programs. This bill, Senate Bill 694, strengthens liability protections for religious organizations. Volunteers at religious organizations now have immunity from liability for actions in the course and scope of their duties. That's current law. Senate Bill 694 would extend these protections to those employed by the religious organization for security purposes. And I ask for your favorable consideration and yield for your questions. Very good. Thank you. We'll open public testimony, and we have one witness registered to testify, Liz Case Pickens. The chair calls Liz Case Pickens. Very well. Is there anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 694? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed, and the bill is left pending at this time. Senator Saffarini, you are right. We do have a quorum, even at this late hour. That's impressive. Thank you each. Members, we do have motions in writing from Senator Perry, Senator Saffarini, Senator Schwertner. Without objection, those will be adopted. Is there any other business to come before the Senate Committee on State Affairs? In that case, the committee stands in recess subject to the call of the chair. Good night.